Alright, everyone. So, this is something new. Well, probably gather that from the fact you haven't seen this on the channel and probably haven't seen it much of anywhere yet. But this is the Siege and the Sandfox. What this is, to put it simply, is, well, for one, it's another Metroidvania, but it's got a twist on that a little bit here, in that it's a stealth-focused Metroidvania. As y'all know, stealth and I don't always see eye to eye. Sometimes stealth does not go the best for me. But I have had my eye on this one for a while. I think I saw this in the far-off upcoming in Steam like last year or even a year before that. It's been sitting in that wishlist for a while, and it happened to drop today. So I obviously picked it up immediately since it was at a reasonable price. And here we are. I played a little bit of the prologue to get a feel for how the movement is. As it looked like it would be, moves pretty well. Like, there's an emphasis on your movement and avoiding conflict, it seems, are the two main bits of this one, as opposed to the normal way of doing things for this type of game being Metroidvanias, where there's a heavy focus on combat, in addition to your exploration. Which is why I'm curious about this one. Is, as we all know, combat balancing and such has been quite a big bugaboo here and there for me, of late especially. So I'm interested to see how it'll feel playing something that's much more focused on just avoidance and movement. And see how it goes. I have faith that it'll be a good game. I don't 100% know if it's gonna be 100% for me. That's where the interesting shake to that ends up being there. I will say, game looks really good. Music's been decent from the little bit of it I heard so far. The narration actually hits pretty well as well. You'll hear a decent bit of that. And before we get in, I do want to address the audio. I did have to get a little wacky with how I've arranged it, as you can see there. But they were kind enough to allow you the power to independently control it, for one thing. And things like music, you actually had the ability to do a sample of the sound, though apparently only while you're in game, so that's interesting. Because I was doing all my testing and such while standing in the prologue, more or less. Display, there's not a ton in here. As you can see, I have it set to PlayStation buttons because that's the buttons I'm familiar with more than any others. It's also kind of habit from when I was using a PS4 controller all the time, though I do now use an 8-bit controller, which has the Xbox notation on it, so that might confuse me a little bit in the future, but I should figure it out just fine. One of those things you do by habit and then realize later, like, you know, maybe that doesn't actually make sense that I did that. I do have the frame rate capped, just in case there's one of those wacky scenarios where a game runs out of control. They're incredibly rare, so I doubt it'll be a problem here, but I figured may as well. I don't anticipate this drawing enough power or anything to end up needing to worry about that, but bed hedging. Subtitles, of course. Brightness was left as default. I don't anticipate needing to change that. The only thing in here I changed is crouch behavior. I turned it to hold instead of toggle. I'm leaving the visibility indicator off for now, because it was default off. We'll see how that ends up feeling. If it's hard to parse whether we can be seen or not, I may turn the indicator on, because I presume they have that indicator as an option for a reason. But I want to play the game as designed first. I did forget to turn vibration off, because I don't like controller vibration. But other than that, we're all set to go. I'll let the story take it away.
Kariman, the city of stories, the jeweled city resplendent in the desert sun, safe among the shifting sands, But sunset brings a fearful rumor to the bazaar. The impossible has come to pass. An Armuzi army has crossed the desert and prepares to lay siege. Amidst the whispers, a lone figure hurries towards the palace.
That's us. We are that lone figure. It doesn't teach you how to run immediately, but I kind of figured that out even before the tutorial told me, because it's your typical, as you saw there on the screen, right trigger to run. We're just scurrying on our way to the palace because, well, presumably we bear news of that impending army. It's probably important we go tell our story of that whole thing, huh? It's important to note, by the way, I'm not holding right trigger anymore. Once you start running, you don't stop until you indicate for our friend here to stop. Up in some way, shape, or form, like changing direction. I think hitting it again? No, hitting it again won't make them stop. You can also slide to a stop, which might come in handy at some point. You also saw me wall run. I had a little bit of trouble with the wall running, actually. I'll demonstrate why I had a problem. If you jump to a wall, you grab it and start sliding immediately. I misunderstood that at first. I thought, since it said press right trigger to wall run, I assumed it was separate from the run you were already doing. It isn't. You actually just run into the wall, and the Sandfox will wall run automatically. You'll also see the pointing whenever I'm directing to jump in a direction. They will point to indicate where to go, where they will end up going. Hi! Hey there, Jinxie. How you doing today? Now, the last time I saw pointing like that was back in the days of the earlier Prince of Persia's, not the 2D ones, the 3D ones. Thank you for the bits, Jinxie. Much appreciated. We're on the whole of the world now. People are just hanging out. We can't seem to talk to anybody, because I presume our whole goal here is to hurry. So, you know, why speak to people along the way? You're all good. We all have lives to lead. I appreciate whenever anybody takes a moment to pop in. So far so good for the most part. Little bits and bobs here and there have been in trouble, but nothing too big to worry about. I'm gonna run over here to demonstrate movement a little bit. As you can see, you can very fluidly just hop around quite a bit. Climbing is probably going to be important for us, as we can grab the background pillars, which is going to be quite nice. It is only press up to grab the pillars, so I feel like I'm going to end up having some troubles there, because I'm using the stick right now. D-pad doesn't actually work. I'm assuming D-pad's going to be for like item cycling, probably. This also teaches you that you can peek through doors. Notice how the music got quieter when I peeked through the door, too. So I assume we're going to be eavesdropping at some point using that. And I did spend a good bit right here at the beginning audio balancing things, but if anything's too loud, do let me know and I will adjust it accordingly. The music, I think, still has the potential to be a little on the loud side. Leave those people down there to their business. We've got business at the palace, after all. First, pet the cat. Always important. Just trotting on our way. We apparently were running for a really long time, or it was close to night.
Shh. Shh. Lie quiet and I'll tell you truth. You know, of course, that we were surrounded by a vast army. But you know also that Fennec, the Sandfox, had great concern for our bright city. Such concern that he paid a visit to his friend the king to offer aid you know that when the king was murdered, the Sandfox was blamed and dragged from that place in chains. You know that he was brought to the Great Hall before a grief-stricken court, and that the queen took his glass dagger, and she buried it in his heart. The queen smiled, knowing that now her treachery could never be revealed. For no one can live who has felt the kiss of a glass dagger of the Kashai. The body was dropped deep, deep into that pit they call Traitor's Fall. You know this, all of this, but you do not know what happened next.
But we're gonna find out. Interesting that they went from falling...
The Sandfox was weary and in pain. No one is unchanged by the Traitor's Fall. But the Kashai had a duty. The queen had transgressed and was marked for death.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt the narration. It was interesting that he went from falling head first to falling feet first by the time we saw all the animation end there. And I gotta say, very decent animation quality the whole way down there. But we've been blamed for the king's murder. Looked like the queen poisoned him as we arrived to try to speak to the king in the middle of the night, which is, you know, maybe not the finest of plans we ever had, but time was of the essence. Ah, okay, we turn like silvery gray when we are hidden in the darkness. And it looks like it's marking that the rat can see me, I think? Even though we don't have visibility indicators on? Hard to say.
Every muscle ached, but the Sandfox felt strength returning.
Kinda surprised we can even move this well after a fall like that. These are checkpoints, by the way, little fox symbols underneath us. We're now further than I've ever been. I'll need to keep in mind that on stone, even walking, we make noise. Probably crouching, we might not make noise. This torch might illuminate back here enough. Yep. Okay, so I'm not sure what to do about him yet. I suspect there's going to be a bit of adaptation time as I figure things out.
Traitor's Fall. The Sandfox shuddered at the memory.
Might want to stay up here till he passes, perhaps. Since we have no means of defending ourselves. But is he going to show up without me dropping down is the better question. Doesn't seem so. So there must be something I can do about him.
Guard, hide.
You know, maybe your hood poking out of the box. Huh. Well, I guess he's not that observant. You know what? We'll take it. Nobody here but us large gray mushrooms sticking out of crates. Oh, he's taking a nap. We should probably go. Because we're out of his hearing range. Lucky for us that he just took a spontaneous nap like
Traitor's
that,
Fall
huh?
had taken its toll. But still, the Sandfox could leap like no other.
Oh, I see. So whenever we see the sound indicators, there must be somebody in the vicinity that can hear us, because you'll notice it's gone now. Not sure why we left an afterimage there. I presume something possibly relating to
hang
where
by
we
the
would have been
fingertips,
speeding.
to climb to great heights. Such were the skills of the Kashai.
The Kashai must be the group the Sandfox is attached to. I assume the Sandfox is probably a title that's handed down or something along those lines.
Torchlight was risky if watchers were close. The Kashai were adepts of the shadows.
Very much reminded of the old Thief games, with the emphasis on dousing torches and sound being so important.
The surest way to win is to avoid the fight. These were only thugs, the lowest of the low. Yet the Sandfox could not match them for brute strength.
That is a problem. We are not stronger than these guys, that's for sure. They probably spend much of their day getting stronger to be able to bully the masses into submission. Getting past them is gonna take us a minute as well, probably. Probably want to try to bolt once they're both facing to the left. Just not like running bolt, just pop out and creep away. Because we wouldn't want to make a noise that they would turn and look at. We don't know what everything's sight range is yet. You know, I wonder if it's significant that that mushroom tilted when we touched it. I very much could believe that they would actually clue into that in order to track us.
Ancient waterways, ruined from the time of Empress Sharzad, princes of Karaman had harnessed the water to their own devices.
Okay, so they've got fancy water wheels and such to power technology of some description, because I see gears. Seems like door peeking is gonna be as much for eavesdropping as anything, like I said before, because we haven't revealed anything by peeking yet. I suspect at some point we'll reveal something that way. Oh. I can't wall run anymore. We seem to have lost that ability when we got chucked down the hole. So I guess that's gonna be the way this is then, huh? We lost a lot of our abilities when we got dumped down the hole. Which makes sense. We sustained some significant injuries, and I'm sure they took some of our gear away from us when they captured us. Wouldn't want us getting away, after all. You know, as if that's gonna stop us. Oh, that released some bats into the world. Those bats can go forth and have fun. As far as I can tell, there's not fall damage yet. Because you would figure falls like that would have caused fall damage by now.
Oof. Even a Kashai could not survive a fall from too great a height.
Well, that answers that question. There is, in fact, fall damage, but you have to fall in extreme distance before it hurts. Understood.
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
That sure is danger. That is a man. Man is danger. Let's sneak rather than running then, so we don't draw his ire down the hole. Ah. I was right in thinking sound was going to be important, but it's on both sides.
Could pinpoint unseen threats easily if they stood still and listened closely.
That's what the circle is. It's not them seeing us. That's him tracking where nearby hostiles are. Okay. That's actually going to be incredibly useful. Well, not really hostiles necessarily, because the rat I don't think was hostile to our cause. The rat doesn't care. The rat is just a rat. You get the point. Anything that's moving near us is tracked.
Stagnant water and mold.
That's going to be incredibly useful, honestly. Oh, they're off on a trip. I don't see a reason to hide yet. Ah, I see. Time for us to learn about this bit.
The Sandfox enjoyed the chance to test skills that had grown rusty.
I don't know about that idea entirely. Oh, there's somebody that might not kill me.
Oh, thanks, Shamash. I've been stuck here for days, said the woman.
The elevator is on a higher level. I cannot bring it down. Please, can you help?
Well, about that, if you're talking about the elevator immediately to our right, I just saw people take it down, so it's already lowered, I think. You have anything
The
else to
woman
say?
sighed. I cannot go back to my friends, not with the elevator still above.
Is there not a mechanism for bringing said elevator down, either? Or can she just not get near it because of the thugs? There's a lot of question marks to this current situation we have here. But hey, we got something to do, so we may as well do it. Oh, it's probably... the elevator's probably this one right here. And it's just not active at the moment. But there's definitely a lever there. Yeah, I'm gonna just continue with the thought of maybe she can't make the jumps,
Sharzad's
or...
fortress had collapsed long ago and left routes impassable to all but the most skilled of climbers.
Like she said, yeah. Which I will say, that narration's probably gonna end up getting talked over at some point if I'm in the middle of something. Because there's only so many times I'm gonna be able to stop immediately mid-sentence for the narration. I'm gonna try to let it have its way.
How lucky. The guard was asleep, and their key was ripe for the picking.
It is interesting how we could see into that room when we're outside of here, but now that we're in here, we can't see up there anymore. The way it makes those transitions and decisions is very interesting.
These guards, the Sandfox observed, had the good sense to wear a helmet. Knocking them out would be impossible.
You'd have to hit him really hard, and I don't think our frail friend here is capable of that level of strength. That's gonna be information to keep in mind for the future. Both the fact that knocking people out is probably going to be something we can do, and that helmets block it. Which would make sense to begin with. Not going that way. I want to go the other way. That way. Whee! Well, not how I meant to get here, but you know what? We're here now.
A weapon of
Aha!
stealth. With this, the Sandfox could deal with the guards, so long as they were unaware.
Well, we all know what that means. It's time for me to start piling bodies up, because now that I have the power to do so, you know.
Many sins of the kingdom washed down these drains.
Dun, 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 dun. Nap time. Doot, 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 doot. Now, do they stay out permanently is another very important question. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be the case.
Cries echoed through the walls.
Oh!
The Sandfox had never heard a sound.
Interesting. You can't... I think we can't jump over them. At least not when they're swinging, because I was pretty well clear above him, and then I got whacked in the foot, and down I went. Okay. Makes sense. They don't want you just cheesing it by just immediately bailing if somebody spots you. I wanted to test the limitations there. Now we know. There's only so much that I can get away with.
Washed down these drains.
Punk. And knocking people out, of course, makes noise, which I should have assumed that. I wonder if they'll notice this lever being pulled. I'm curious. Okay, only if they're close. It makes a decently sized ring of sound, but not like an entire room gets alerted when you pull a lever. We need to learn the limitations of the system and figure out what it does and doesn't allow me to do. But I see what they want me to do here, and that's slip behind here. Wait for him to come back across, and then we wallop him. Nap time. And this guy, well, this guy's a non-issue. He's asleep, but we'll make sure he stays asleep.
Strange cries echoed through the walls. The Sandfox had never heard a sound so lamentable yet preposterous.
It does sound a little weird for somebody
The
crying,
fancy
doesn't
whining persisted. The Sandfox
Fancy
did not
whining.
know from where it came.
I don't know what it is about the concept of fancy whining, but I'm very amused. Boo ho 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 ho. Can I stay out of sight down here? Or is he gonna end up stepping on my hands? Okay, good. I was curious about that. Bonk. Can I move bodies? No, I can't. Okay, that's gonna make it a lot more important to be careful when and where I wallop people, then. That ruined some of my fun. I was just gonna start piling entire rooms in one location. And just, honestly, for the amusement of it all, rather than any practical purpose. Wow, that guy can see real far. Okay, I have to be crouching. Oh, there's the guy with the fancy whining right there. It's a good thing guards never look down, huh? All they'd have to do is, like, slightly adjust their view angle and they'd see me just hanging here like an idiot. Do you have a slight conundrum with this lot here, though? Okay, good. I was quick enough that he sort of saw me, but didn't really see me. Thankfully, it's easy for people to dismiss little things they see as just tricks of the light. I do wonder if that other path back there that I could have taken since I pulled the lever was important or not. We do have this whole big map, which I had yet to look at. This is actually a pretty detailed map at the moment. It's got areas labeled with their names. As soon as you know the name of an area. Like, we got Trader's Fall. This is all Trader's Fall. Then the Midden, and that's all we've seen so far. With the subsections also labeled. And we do have markers we can put. It looks like we don't have a lot of marker types, just like a little symbol. And we've got... Looks like it's only 9 abilities we can earn. We have one of them already.
This place had been a storm drain in the days of Sharzad, when the gods sent bountiful rain.
Before we go too far, let me go back and check that spot I was looking at. Okay. It doesn't hurt us, it just inconveniences us. Hey there, Cherry, how's it going? Let's go back and check this pathway here, just in case there's something here. No, that was just the door that we couldn't get through when we came up. Nice, nice. We're just sneaking our way around. Can't get back up that way, so we'll just run for it. Get back a little quicker. We only have to worry about these guys. Everybody else is currently taking a very long nap. I can't really put these two down because they're too close together. I'm pretty confident I don't have the speed to take both of them before they can raise enough of an alarm that they would be unblackjackable. So we'll do it the same way we did it the first time. Run across, drop, wait for them to pass, run across, get out. Or, you know, he's gonna do other than what I told him to. You saw nothing? It was just the wind. Oh, I can move the camera around. It was just a really big rat. There's nothing to be concerned about. you know, I suppose a brown torn up cloak like this actually works for that concept. In addition to blending with the walls and the sands a little bit. They'll just convince themselves they saw an animal. Because it's a nice, easy lie to tell themselves, rather than, oh, there's an intruder who just scooted by us. Because if these are just thugs, I highly doubt that they're particularly motivated to do their job well.
The Sandfox came to an encounter they would later recall fondly. Here was a place of safety. Here was a friend.
Hello, supposed friend.
So it's true. The bandaged girl paused, eyes wide. The Sandfox. Well, if you told me, I wouldn't have believed it. But here you are. Welcome. You must have many stories. A grin crossed her face. I'd love to hear them, but first let me tell you about this place. It is not like others you have been to. No one has it good down here, do they? Not the prisoners, not the rats, not even the Underkings, really. Still, it beats a stint in the iron hold. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
So there's apparently Underkings as well. I assume they're either high-end criminals of some kind, or they're just like the bosses of the prison.
Any new stories, Fox friend?
Apparently I have nothing to tell them right now. Somebody up there, but it doesn't look like there's any activity on the other side of this door yet.
Among the drains and the rat catchers, the Sandfox knew they could relax their guard.
Okay. We are welcome among the street folk. So that's helpful.
There can't be anywhere worse than here, the unhappy man said.
I do find it kind of neat that the narrator is voicing everyone. I was curious how they were going to handle that since they had the narration going there. Okay, so I can't actually get to them right now since we no longer have the ability to wall run. Looks like that's the elevator in question right there, though. And what's stopping me just yelling up to the one playing music there, like, hey, could you just go pull the lever? Just, you know, quickly just flick the lever over there. You can go right back to your music afterward. No? No, you're not inclined, or can you just not hear me? Hey. Hey. Okay, fine. Put a pin in that until I can jump higher.
The ugly man must be one of the Underkings. They had been a power in the prison for years.
You know, describing him as the ugly one doesn't seem particularly helpful.
No chance, said the ugly man. You're one of them filthy rat catchers, or at best a darkling. You've nothing we want.
Okay, he doesn't believe that we're the Sandfox, then. Not that the Sandfox has much meaning to him, probably, anyway.
The man was muttering ominous words about monsters in caves.
Monsters, too, huh? Great. That makes everything so much better.
When he ran out of words, he whimpered.
Yep, he's been going through it, in other words. Okay. Looks like we might be able to get to the elevator from here.
The Underkings have it so easy, the bitter woman said.
That's an accurate description based on that sentence. Elevator going down?
Rust and crumbling stone.
This elevator has seen better days, that's for sure. Is this where I wanted it to be? No, I think we're somewhere else. I think I want to ride it further down to help the woman. Nope, I can't ride it any further down, apparently. It goes back up. And I'm curious about that as well, but the door leading to it is locked. Hey, you ignored me.
Since being thrown in here, I can only play in minor keys, said the player.
I suppose the more upset you are, the more likely you are to reach for those. Just to
I've
some
lost
degree.
my beloved pet rat. The shaggy-faced man cried, his breath thick with the smell of burnt meat. It escaped down to the rat runs. Won't you bring it back to me?
You know, I'll do my best to identify your pet rat in amongst all the rats. Sure. Why not?
The Sandfox needed to find a means to open the lock.
I would have to assume someone with the skills and capabilities of the Sandfox would probably be able to pick locks. Probably just need tools for it. Either that or we have to find a lot of keys. But you know, I'm down to go steal a bunch of keys. I just gotta figure out where they are at that point. And I don't know if I have to do that, but I'm gonna be closing a lot of doors behind me after I open them. Though apparently I can't close that one, which is interesting. The other doors I was allowed to close. Unless maybe you have to close them quickly. There's definitely some Prince of Persia here, for sure. Interesting. Maybe it's not a timed press. Maybe I just need to hold the button. No? So I am pressing the correct button. Maybe I need to keep... Huh. Oh, maybe it's actually that I'm jumping too high. Yeah, I was overshooting. I thought, since it said pull swing, that I was meant to grab the little pillar piece there. Okay. A little bit of a lack of clarity there, but we got there. Neat flip, though. Only thing we're lacking for this to really be Prince of Persia at this point. Oh, two things, really. Massive spike pits and a sword. Now there's another box. Lockpicks? Oh no, we got wall running back.
Shot with resin and nails. Old, but still wearable. The Sandfox could make good use of these.
Exactly. Da-da-da-da-da. Now we have our wall running back that we slightly weirdly lost when we got taken and blamed for the king's death. Now I can get around a bit better.
Knew that now the wall here would be no obstacle.
Ta-da! Nice and easy. And yeah, for those that didn't know, the older Prince of Persias very much were a game of memorization more than anything. And I'm speaking, in this particular case, of the old two-dimensional ones, not the three-dimensional ones. So those had a fair amount of bullshit deaths and memorization requirement as well in some parts. Though I would definitely say less so. More or less, yeah. That is a fair estimation.
Shahrazad had once been the marvel of the world, yet now her name was all but forgotten.
That's the way history works in a lot of cases. There's an anvil there, somebody with a mace. I presume that's a higher tier of guard. Is they're a little bit better dressed and they have a better weapon in hand. But they still don't have a helmet, unlike the one we saw and stole a key from. So we could probably clobber them safely, but they don't go far enough away from their friends for me to be comfortable going for that idea. So when in doubt,
the Sandfox had heard rumors of the dangerous cult, who dressed in yellow robes. Some said it was a new religion, but none knew anything of their purpose or who they serve.
Oh good, cultists. That's always helpful. Made too much noise when I hopped up here. The next time they walk back and forth again, we'll just slap this one upside the head so we don't need to worry about them anymore. And you know, to a certain degree, I'm getting that thief comparison in my head again, because cultists wielding hammers remind me of the Hammerites, again from Thief. Wow, I'm surprised I didn't make that much noise when I touched down there. Punk. Nap time for you. I'm betting if I drop this far, though, I'll make a sound, so let's not play that risky right now. I'll instead clobber the sleeper here. Okay, when they're in yellow, you can still club them. That's good information to have, because we were told you cannot club somebody that's aware. Thankfully, it looks like yellow means they're not aware yet. They're suspicious, but not aware. That does mean that Operation Double Club is probably an option, then. If it comes down to it. Okay, I can only go lower when I'm not up against a wall. Because I tried to drop down, and that's why I ended up hopping up there like that. So I did the sequence of inputs to drop down and ended up climbing the wall instead. And I could have hopped down ahead of time because I could hide behind those logs there. But there's no harm in waiting up here. I need to get better practice at dropping down and approaching things quickly, I think, anyway. Do. Punk. You know, it's a great thing that these two up here don't notice their friends just getting piled up all over the place.
The Sandfox slipped out of sight.
They, on the right there, might catch on to the fact that their friend got bonked, though. And that's what I was counting on. Now I also know that they don't raise an alarm when they see an unconscious character. They approach it, which means I can use them as bait. Excellent. Learning new means of disposing of my problems. Okay, so these, like, plating pieces here you can't drop down through. I kind of assumed, but I wasn't sure. And this just leads back to where we came from. So I need to drop this way if I want to get whatever that goodie over there is. Deal with him in a moment. Much more interested in whatever this is. Give me the thingy. Oh, the lever here is broken. Ah, a cylinder depicting ancient Kashai texts.
This was a learned work of Parvain, a Kashai and noted alchemist. Here she detailed the construction of the giant golden statue of the suffering man at the port of Zeraj.
Interesting. Do we actually have more information on that, or is that just all we get? Seems like that's all we get about it. Okay, that's fine. I'm always curious about world building.
It is good to see a friendly face, said the man. Have you seen Navid? He wandered off with something of mine.
Bold of you to assume I have any idea who you're talking about, but I'll let you know if I see anybody holding something that isn't theirs, I guess. You know, other than me. Because I'll be holding a lot of things that belong to other people by the time this is done, I'm sure. So they'll belong to me at that.
Ramshackle structures were all that was left of the Bridge of Knives. Somewhere beyond lay the mausoleum, all dust, bones, and unquiet spirits.
Oh, that sounds lovely. So why did I open that? Also, apparently it's stuck open now? Like, I would almost have thought, like, if there was a guard wandering around, I would just drop him down the hole. But we can't jump high enough to get up there. So, I'm kind of curious what the point to that was. It's probably just a way back, I guess. Like a shortcut return point. me to go this way to return to where I came from, presumably. Go the way we got down, basically. Oh no, this wall's all chewed up, so we can't actually go back quite that way. We have to go... I don't think we can go up through there, because I tried and I couldn't jump high enough. We may have to actually go all the way around? So hopefully there's not anything important up there. Either that or I just need to jump better, which is always a possibility. But if we're meant to go downward, then how do we get there? That was a little weird. I don't know how I was doing that quick fall, but I wasn't intending to do it. Also, is this the rat we were sent to go find? No, you are not anyone's pet rat. Understood. Also, apparently I can just swing the blackjack freely. I did not realize that. Since the prompt was appearing on people, I assumed that I needed to wait for the prompt to swing.
Hello there.
Hey there, Mama Lumi. How you doing today? Creeping and sneaking. So far, so good. Been a pretty quiet day for the most part. Less good for our little hero here, considering they got accused of murder and dumped down a hole. Sorry about that, Cherry. That's how it goes with commonly used sounds sometimes. I don't even have a sound for followers anymore because I've decided I would rather let them follow anonymously at this point. Huh. Can't hop back up this way. Which, actually, I wouldn't be able to get all the way back up that way anyway because that's blocked. So that's an interesting one. So how do I get out of this hole that I've dropped myself into? Because I was curious about the item that was over here and the old man sitting here.
I'll confess I'm worried, said the man. Hafid owes me 2 knuckle bones. I wonder where he's got to. I'll confess I'm worried,
Okay, you're saying the
said
same
the man.
thing.
Hafid owes me 2 knuckle bones. I wonder where he's got to.
I mean, based on my experience with this area right now, he couldn't have gotten very far. Because if the Sandfox is as good at jumping as they've claimed, most other people ain't gonna be able to get out of this hole. I can't jump high enough to reach that to get back up that way. And this is all too chewed up for me to be able to grab. Must be something I'm overlooking then. Like maybe there's somewhere I'm supposed to like run up the wall because we have wall running. It still bugs me that we opened this. Okay, I just wasn't making the jump before. Y'all saw me try so many times and make it seem like I was like a pixel short every time, so it's a little weird that it just worked now. But maybe I needed to do a standing jump and running actually made me slightly lower? That might actually be a thing. Might need to keep that in mind. It's out. Yeah, our standing jump is slightly higher.
Disquieted the Sandfox. More than ever, the shadows were the Sandfox's friend.
Okay, I can't reach that pole there to vault off of to go higher, so we need to get past the guy that's over there. Means getting past his large friend as well. Because presumably we then need to hit that lever that they're guarding. Because we don't have any keys, so we're not getting through this door here. So our only play is to get past those two. Actually, I think I see what I need to do. Yeah, you can get up there. You just needed to bounce off the wall first. Okay, big man never turns around, so I don't need to worry about him. Means we can have a little bit of fun and just do something like this. Or somehow I didn't reach him. Interesting. So our range is definitely shorter than I think it is. I'll need to keep that in mind. Feel like I had hit people at that range before, but we'll play ball. We'll drop from a little further behind him. Or their hearing is just... Wait a minute, though. Why did it make sound when I dropped there, but not when I dropped in the other spot? I guess that stone carries sound better? Which would make sense. Unless maybe now that we have our wall running shoes, maybe we also make more noise with those on. Okay, so running away is a valid option. They will give up eventually. Interesting how well they're tracking me, even though I'm not even making a sound, though. They were, like, falling right above my head the whole time. Oh, that also woke these guys up? Or maybe when the checkpoint reset, they got revived? I'm not sure. Huh. All useful and important information to keep in mind for the future. Yeah, because the torch is also back, so the checkpoints must undo what you did, which is not great. That could actually lend itself to a really big problem. Because that could very easily get you into a bad position the moment you fail once, basically. And you don't want that. Because then you just end up in a hate loop, and nobody will have a good time with a hate loop. This does mean, though, that's probably not worth clobbering this one. We'll just wait till he's all the way back over to his friend, slip through, grab the lever, and get out. Gotta go. And since those levers reset to their original positions, nobody's gonna be the wiser that happened.
Lock. The Sandfox still had no tools to open it.
Much to my eternal sadness, we do in fact have no tools. She's got the right of that one. But what can one expect when somebody gets dumped down a hole after being accused of assassinating the king and then getting stabbed?
The Sandfox breathed easily again.
For now.
Now that the Sandfox could scale sheer surfaces, old haunts offered new opportunities.
These red rocks are fancy. Wonder what they're for. Yes, I know I'm supposed to wall run their game. I know. I'm looking around. Yeah. Does seem to be like the only real path to take.
They were taught to be nimble, the Kashai. Even as a child, the Sandfox knew the trick of sliding down a wall and jumping from it.
There we go. I do think they hold your hand a little much. But this is also, like, not even the first hour of the game.
This had the stillness of a place of worship.
Fungal depths is mildly concerning a description. Yep, that's what I was afraid of as well when they were talking about monsters. There's undead. How much you want to bet I can't knock those guys out? Once again, coming back around to the thief comparison. There were undead in that game too, and they were a menace if you were trying
Brilliant light-cap mushroom spores illuminated the darkness, ever so slightly cheering the usually gloomy underworld.
The zombies were a menace if you were trying to do things quietly. Because there were times where you just had to get past them. Okay, I can't gain height there. So we have to go around. all these doors are closed. Huh. Interesting. I presume those spores showed me the way. At least a way. How high can I wall run again? Might be meant to wall run up to that and I just needed to time it. Nope. That didn't work. And you can't wall run out of a jump, just in case people were thinking that. Oh, well, there's more than one way to get something done. There we go. Let's do the same thing we were taught a moment ago again. That opens the way back, though I was kind of hoping it would open both sides, which is why I dropped down. Hey, hey, you down there. Hey, look up. Hey, hey. Nope. I don't know what. I don't even know why this pillar's here, actually. I guess maybe you can jump and... No, you can't even grab that ledge from here. So I don't know why that's there. We have to go this way now as well, because we can't actually go the other way.
There was nothing to fear from the simple mushroom pickers.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you have information.
Welcome, honored Alfenic, the bearded man said. We Darklings are adherents of your ancient predecessor, Jarbu. May we be treated to a demonstration of your skills? The Darkling smiled. Cross the crags and precipices of our domain. I shall await you on the other side with a gift from your predecessor.
Fair enough. One of those classic show us that you're worthy of receiving our gifts situations.
The water smell was
That
stronger
wasn't
here.
what I planned to do.
The Sandfox tasted spores of old dank mold.
And the talk of predecessors proves what I was assuming before about the Sandfox being a title that was handed down.
The hooded figure's eyes widened. Alfenic of the Gashai, you are welcome here, Sandfox. It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin. You are welcome, honored Alfenic.
I wonder if Alphanek is their name, or if that's just, like, another word for the Sandfox. Since they seem to be using it interchangeably. At the same time, I don't know if somebody whose whole job is sneaking around and such, whether their
The Sandfox
name would be
had
public.
never seen such darkness, and never would.
It's one of those things where it's a little hard to tell entirely what's going on with that. But at the same time, if we're meant to know, I'm sure we'll find out as we go. But it can be fun to question things. Up you go. Come on. There you go. I should have assumed I wasn't going to be allowed to just jump over there. I should have just assumed that. I even could see that there was a ledge in the way there. But I just assumed I could jump through that anyway, just fine for some reason.
The Darkling bowed. Ahead lies our most hallowed possession, a tool of Jarbu. As Jarbu's successor, it is rightfully yours. Take it with our blessing.
Thank you for giving me your most prized possession. I will use it wisely, probably.
A fine set of tools crafted by a Kashai artisan. With these, no common door could bar the Sandfox.
Well, that's convenient. Oh, there is a mechanic to it, though. Okay. Ah, the more times you miss it, the wider the margin gets, so you eventually just succeed by
The
default, I
Sandfox
suppose.
knew it was time to be careful.
Keep getting ahead of myself as far as jumping up these walls go. Apparently I was slightly early on that. Okay. It's fine, we can just go again. Up and up. Apparently I was slightly... Was I really not reaching? That one I know didn't reach. And of course my fiddling with the door made noise. Oh, and he's one I can't clobber either. Don't look over the edge, you don't want to know. Trust me, bud. You don't want to find out what happens if you get too close to that edge. I hit the wrong button. That's what'll happen. Oh, he's coming back. God damn it. Oh. We're doing this bit again. I do wish I could just, like, grab his ankles and yank him off the edge, but I assume part of the deal here is we don't want to be killing anyone. These are our people, after all. And we kind of have an invading army not far away. We kind of need all the people we can get.
The Sandfox slipped out of sight.
Despite the fact that our queen is up to at least some variety of treachery, considering she killed the king. He's upset because the door was left open. I assumed that was the case, but this gives us an opportunity to scarp her as well, as part of why I left that open.
The Underking's guards were not the brightest, but even so, the Sandfox had to be careful.
I would love to claim that I'm always careful, but I think we all know the truth of that answer. Thankfully, I'm just more careful than they are. I had a feeling putting that torch out was gonna wake him up. But I was curious. I needed to know the mechanic again. And lo and behold, that didn't work out so great. There's probably an achievement for never getting spotted in this game. And I ain't getting it. Gonna tell you that one right now. That is not happening. Is he gonna go back to sleep, I wonder? Because that's another thing we need to figure out, is whether they go back to sleep or if they start patrolling. Yep, they go back to sleep. Okay, very good. I think he moved slightly over from where he was, didn't he? 'Cause wasn't he a little further to the right? Really not sure. Either way, he's sorted out now. Where does this elevator go?
Cries of panic echoed through the shaft from above, and something even worse. Silence.
I don't know what it was that we just saw over there, but it looked like some kind of sand monster. So that's concerning. Okay, I gotta be a little bit more patient with the lockpicking. Because you want it to be more centered. You can't just try to tag the very edge of the circle. Or the line, rather. Okay, there's no point in going down there because that's just where those guys were. I wanted to see if there was, like, any goodies or something to grab before we committed to our path. Because I am going to try to grab anything I can get my hands on. Obviously, business as usual, we're not 100%ing this, nor are we doing perfect for it, but
The Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
that remains a useful call-out that the game does there, so you don't just sneak around uselessly. Oh, there's somebody on the elevator there.
I found my friends, the woman said. Half an hour in their company was enough. I think I prefer the solitude.
So what you're saying is the entire effort of sending the elevator down for you was somewhat pointless, but at least you got to visit with them.
The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor.
I presume access to this elevator is what she's talking about. Yeah, because that's where the guy we stole the keys from was. But we're still missing the... We don't, like, have a quest log or anything, do we?
The woman nodded. You have my thanks, she said. Here, let me return the favor. The tunnels twisted back on themselves, but the Sandfox was serene, knowing that the straightest path is often the most foolish.
Okay, I see. We come back up here, we use our lockpicks, and then we go around.
This place smelled of desperation, amongst other things.
Early. Too early again. There we go.
This place was a prison. The inmates were worse than the guards.
That is the case pretty often, I'm sure. Barring certain instances where there's rampant corruption amongst the guards, which does happen. You know, the inmates are inmates for a reason, after all. I'm gonna assume I'm probably meant to go around to get this. Oh, yep. Okay, come back to that idea later. I assume they'll notice the torch is out. That might give me my opportunity to strike. Or they don't notice torches are out, which is interesting. You would think that would be one of the first things they would clue in on, because, hey, suddenly there's not a light right here where it was 5 seconds ago when I just walked past it. Eh, what do I know? That was nothing. Everything is fine. That guy doesn't seem to ever change his mind about where he's looking. So whoop. Keep hitting the wrong button there. Yep, I have to douse the torch or he spots me. That's what I assumed. Which means he may also spot if I clobber the other guy. So let's just leave him alone. The one with the shadows. The problem is, I presume I have to go up there to get to where the item we just saw was. Which I think might... Oh no, I think it involves getting up there all the way and then we go across perhaps, so maybe I'm not gonna miss it yet. We shall see. Considering those thief comparisons I've been making, I really wish I had water arrows right about now. Distinguish torches from a distance. Man, those were convenient.
The Sandfox breathed easily again. The water ran quickly through the sluice and splashed on the Sandfox's feet.
Must be nice to be around water after everything we ran through already. Oh, well, that was interesting. I single wall jumped for a moment there. Can I do that again? The answer to that question is no. No, I can't do that again. Huh. Presumably that thing that looks like a string up there we can probably climb across. We climb across that, probably drop to that pole there, flip, hit the wall. Climb up, there's loose stone on that wall. So I think this is not the path we're meant to be taking to get somewhere at the moment. Do I go to the water then? Okay, I can swim. Hope that doesn't lead anywhere. The sound design in this is really good. You can tell little details like the fact that you're running on wood or stone pretty well. Obviously, your sound changes when you make contact with water. It looks like I can't climb those stone bits yet, so I presume that there's going to be an ability we get later pertaining to that. I also can't help but notice that we're kind of at a little bit of a dead end here. So that's interesting. I don't know if I've gone somewhere out of order. Because I can hop up here, but that doesn't help me at all. We need to have that ladder down in order for this room to be useful. Means there must be something I did wrong somewhere. Or we've ended up in the wrong room. But the narration's still playing, I presume we're not too far wrong. This is above our head, so we can't wall run up there to get that. Which then implies either you gain the ability to climb these portions that are different, which why else would they be modeled differently if there wasn't something you could do with them? Or you're meant to drop down to it. Which, dropping down to it is an equal option, because there is a path up there. Yeah, we only have markers for our quests. We don't really have, like, a log. Fast travel? Huh. But I assume that's for the future when we have much greater ground to cover. Okay, I see the idea right now. We're meant to turn around at the moment. Because you use these to go back. And we're currently unable to do anything over there.
The Sandfox could smell flour, sweetmeats, coffee. The Under King's storehouse must lie nearby.
Gonna steal all their
Muttering,
stuff.
and the sound of heavy boots beyond the door.
Yep, there's a dude. He'll hear me if I screw up the lockpicking. Oh, there's no lockpicking required, though. You close the door, scoot on into the hiding spot.
Sandfoxes hide in boxes.
I assume that guy's gonna see if I smack this one. Oh wait, he does turn around. So I spy opportunity. But we have to do this at the right time. So we're gonna need to wait for the guy with the torch to walk past me again. This guy on our right should have his back to him when he passes. Shit. Nope. Don't check the box. There's nothing in the box. Yeah, I think their timing just ended up a little desynced from where I'd wanted it to be. This could work out, though. If you're wondering, yes, I did get his attention on purpose. Okay, good. You can just clobber somebody as they're getting back up. More testing that I wanted to do. Not necessarily great to give a man a double concussion, but if he knew what was good for him, he would have stayed down. How long do you stare over there? Okay. But you have a friend across the way. So when he walks past us again over here, that's when we'll strike. Douse the torch as well. This way he probably won't see the body. Because there's no use to us having him see that body because he can't get to it. Like, if he could get to where his friend got clobbered, then by all means. This way we could clobber him too. It'd be a real bad day to be that guy in the middle, though, I gotta say. All of his friends are steadily disappearing.
The crawl spaces above were narrow, but the Sandfox could make good use of such a space.
Or I could just club everyone. Hey, look, your friend's unconscious. What a shame. Here, join him. There you go. Now they're all together in unconsciousness. Done this trick before. We walk down to the edge, we drop down, we jump across. Wash, rinse, repeat until we're through. Okay. Hup. It was a bit of a long jump, so I was making sure before I committed to that decision. Oh, it must be nighttime
Sandfox
outside.
knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Can't be passed right now is an interesting turn of phrase. They're really trying to make sure I think about that.
The heavy footfall of well-armed guards. The Sandfox knew to be watchful here.
Music changed. Almost like I set somebody off, but I couldn't have. Surprised I got away with that one, considering I botched the landing. I was sitting there in plain sight with light on me, and that guy just wanted nothing to do with it. He doesn't get paid well enough, I guess. Then again, if I saw a weird creepy man just crouching in the light staring at me, I probably wouldn't bother with him either.
A fine leg of meat from the Underking's store. The Sandfox was now wealthy enough to bribe the most diligent storekeeper.
And what better way to bribe them than with their own meat? Sounds bad when I say it that way. Clubbing that guy was probably unnecessary. But, you know, never hurts to make sure. Okay, that just opens the way from down there. Hi there. Interesting. I guess if the door isn't unlocked, they can't unlock them. So they just stare at the door like, what? How you doing? It's a real shame there's a door between us, or you'd be unconscious right now. We do seem to have a problem, though. Specifically that he can't get to the thing he's supposed to investigate. So he can't stop looking. He's just kind of stuck. So I have to successfully lockpick this door and then get the hell away from here. Or they're not smart enough to open doors. Which gives me a funny idea. Nope, I can't door fast enough. I did, however, glitch out the death animation. So that was a thing. I was gonna open the door, piss him off, and then slam the door in his face, but you can't open and close it that fast. Oh, he opens doors. They do, in fact, open doors. I botched that one completely. Lesson learned. Which I suppose is why that other thing being opened is useful, because you could just open that one preemptively, probably, and then exit here smoothly. Instead of having to deal with his clown shoes over here. How far in do you walk? Doesn't walk in at all. He just looks at the open box, goes, "Yep, that box sure is open." He doesn't even close the door behind himself. It magically closes on its own, which is fascinating. How high up do these guys look? I'm curious. If I just, like, chill here, is he gonna notice? A little bit. Oh no, he's noticing the door. Is for some reason the doors will close on their own when they close them, but they won't close on their own when we open them. And I meant to say open them the first time. See, he opens it there, and then he'll walk away from it for a solid few feet before the door just magically closes on its own. It's very interesting. Next time he walks by, we'll clobber him. Because I was suspicious the first time, because I wasn't sure whether he was noticing me or noticing the door. That guy properly back on the ground. And there we go. I'm not gonna... Well, no, I will go ahead and open that, because that is our way to dodge the guy at the door over there. Our alternative being not screwing up the lockpicking and waiting for that guy to be over at the lever so he doesn't hear me lockpick the door. Should be far enough now. Perfect. I forgot to close the door behind me. That door is different. Somebody took the door off its hinges and replaced it with another one. The best part is, I didn't even close that. That closed because he walked through it. So even though we open them, I guess if they pass through them, there's like some weird, like, auto-touch thing they do. Like, maybe they just gently pull it as they go through and it just takes it a bit to close.
The Sandfox held a kind of fondness for the Underking's guards. In their small talk, they were so human, talking of meals, games, and other comforts.
Little humanizing moment for them, I suppose. Oh, I see. The lever that those two walk around near is the lever that I need. Do 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 do. No one needs to worry, I was never here. And hey, oh, gotta go right now.
Hid away.
Well, that could have been bad. You know, this is the worst decision they could make, splitting up like this as soon as they're suspicious. They really should... Oh yeah, see? That's your mistake. You lost your partner, like, immediately. That's also an important indicator, though. If they go looking for their partners whenever they lose them for a moment, that makes it harder for you to just club one as they pass. Even if they don't hear it, they'll get suspicious when their partner isn't with them anymore. So that's something else to keep in mind. Come on. Some great leaper you are, Sandfox. God damn it. It is so easy to end up over jumping that spot. Nah, you can't jump.
The Sandfox slipped out of sight.
We don't need to talk about the timing of I said they can't jump and then I missed a jump. It's fine. We don't need to worry about it. We can similarly ignore the fact that I'm back in this pot again. I'm very tempted to just club these guys, I'll be honest. I also can't put the fire out. In case people are like, why hasn't he put that thing out so he doesn't keep getting sighted? I keep hitting the button as I go by. That's why I ended up behind the logs there, for example. Yeah, you're just gonna want to walk here instead of running and jumping. It turns out you can just spin around those. I don't actually have to time it all perfectly either. Good to know. Yoink.
The tightly wound writing is a missive from the baton, the gazelle. The handwriting is poor, written in a pained hand. It details a wound won from carelessness, which the gazelle fears will be their last. The Sandfox knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Okay,
the Sandfox breathed easily again.
So since one of the other ones was referred to as the gazelle, I guess maybe Sandfox isn't necessarily a title that gets handed down. Maybe they all have their own unique titles within the whole group here. And Sandfox is just their specific title then. Okay, yeah, we're just right above where everybody's hanging out. Okay.
The crawl spaces above were narrow.
Hi.
But the Sandfox could make good use of such a space.
I got a nice big chunk of meat for you.
Man grinned. That delicious morsel will buy you entry. And my silence.
Excellent.
The Sandfox could hear the clink of coin and the clank of tankard.
Now I can pass as freely as I want. He's real happy to let me through now, too. He's like, hell yeah, you gave me a giant rack of meat. You're good, bud. You're good. I'm his best friend now. Can't drop down through that. Wanted to go back for this. Well, the rat, and there was the other seal around here somewhere.
I'll confess I'm worried.
Okay,
said
he
the
just
man.
moved here.
Hafid owes me 2 knuckle bones. I wonder where he's got to.
Because he wasn't there before. I think it was right past this guy was where the... Yeah, there's the seal that we need the door for. We'll just slide down here to get to it. Didn't mean to slide down again. No, 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 no.
Rats ran rampant in the dark. The Sandfox knew the rat catcher's lost pet would here be found.
I presume it's the the gray rat up there. Because that would be the most reasonable way for me to be able to tell them apart, is if they were like an albino rat or something. Something very noticeable. Classic two birds with one stone.
Rats skittered beneath the Sandfox's feet. All that was necessary was to reach down and grab one.
Surprisingly convenient to just snag that rat. I am noticing a fundamental flaw in my get this seal plan, though. Specifically, we don't seem to be able to make that jump. Because we can run up this wall, but I can't grab that stalagmite. Or stalactite, I suppose. The stalactites are the one on the ceiling, right? Because they hold on tight. That was the whole thing. I can't just jump up here either. We shall return for you, probably, if I remember.
Rat friend in tow, it was time for the Sandfox to return to the shaggy-faced man.
I do enjoy how they describe things in this game so far, like, shaggy-faced man is an interesting description. I did not really want to take the elevator down. I wanted to go up. But apparently you have to go all the way to the bottom to go back up. And I could have wall jumped my way all the way back up, but let's be real, I don't think any of us wanted to see me keep doing that over and over. Is she in two places at once, or is that just the same sprite for two people? Well, best we find out, I suppose.
This isn't a prison. If it were, the Underkings wouldn't live in such luxury.
Well, it's a prison for the rest of you.
Do you smell that? The woman asked, drawing a deep, contented breath. Nothing's better than the smell of a fresh, wholesome meal cooking away.
Can't really argue with that.
The shaggy-faced man smiled hungrily at the rat. There you are, my delicious friend. My thanks to you, Sandfox.
If you're just gonna eat him, couldn't I have just brought you, like, any other rat? I guess maybe you've been fattening him up for this or something. You do you. I did my job. No, this is the wrong way. So, I am curious about the fast travel thing that's mentioned here. Oh! Our friend here's the fast travel point, then.
Fox friend, what have you been up to?
Interesting. We didn't go to the Sandglass Shrine, but we can come back for that later, I guess. We don't have to do everything immediately.
A lock of the highest quality kept the door shut tight. The key couldn't be too far away.
Presumably our sleeping friend over there has it. Unless it's on this side with us somewhere. Perhaps that's our access point down there, then. Or we're not meant to go this way yet. One of the two. Easily found out. I did, however, forget that all these guys were still here. Oh, right, this isn't a locked door. This was a lever door. Can't slide through there. So, I don't think that's our means of access, as it turns out. Maybe the Sandglass Shrine is necessary, then. Because it may very well be a case of these quests are all actually, for the most part, necessary. Also, this game may actually, in fact, be fairly short if that 29% is accurate. Which that would be mildly disappointing. But we have covered a lot of ground already, so either or is believable. And there may be quite a bit of work to do running back and forth over the same ground again. It feels a little odd for this to have been a third of the map, but also have not made use of any of the fast travel yet. Like, we have knowledge that there's a fast travel mechanic, but we can't do anything with it yet. Hi. Gotta be faster than that to catch me. Turns out they can in fact jump, so that's interesting. Oh! They can also use ladders, and they'll club you from the ladders and then levitate angrily at you after clubbing you. That's what I was afraid of, is it put me back at this checkpoint because I came down here like a fool. At least it didn't reset me to as if I had only just triggered that checkpoint. I mean, why don't we just go back the rest of the way this way, then? If I can. Which I can't. I think I answered my own question of, no, I cannot do that. I forgot that that was a slide that we went down to get to the blackjack. Because there was potential with all those red doors where some of those might have been openable now. Is he actually gonna check it out by coming down the ladder is the important question. The answer is no, he's not interested enough to go down the ladder. I think we all know what was gonna happen if he came down the ladder. He was gonna come down here and I was just gonna whack him. And it was gonna be over for him. Hello, and goodbye. Dun dun da da dun 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 bonk. Dun da da dun. I am too curious. I have to try this. Ding, 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 bonk. Yeah, that doesn't work. Or you have to wait till they're like right on top of each other, or and just go for the double bonk. I needed to know whether I could club both of them. The temptation got too strong at that point. I couldn't keep resisting it. Since we already kind of fell down here a couple times anyway. I think we all knew that I was gonna muck about a bunch playing something like this anyway. Okay, good. The guy that caught me last time wasn't waiting for me right there immediately. I can't believe I got away with doing that. He was staring at that torch when I put it out, and he just doesn't even question it. I guess they just got, like, garbage torches around here. And they just go out randomly on their own. It is, however, interesting that I got away with whacking the one guy. And his friend didn't actually immediately realize that. He only realized when I went running up on him. So I assumed he was gonna notice that that happened and start immediately reacting. Learning a lot about how this game works. Bit by bit, we're figuring everything out here. So maybe I break in up here? Because there's what looks to be an opening up there, since there wasn't a red or a green marker there. Oh wait, yeah, duh, because that was the door we just opened. Because I didn't follow up on that yet.
The man hiccuped, and spilled wine onto his chest.
Good for him.
They tell me I'm going into the arena. Me. This scrawny man trembled. I'm going to get killed.
Just don't try to win fights brawn to brawn. You're not gonna win that way. Be clever, like shank the guy in the ribs or something instead of trying to crush his skull.
The guard looked up at the Sandfox, eyes bloodshot. They say you've got a knack for getting into places. Perhaps we can make a deal. I've lost a lot of money on their stupid game. If you can sneak up there with this mirror, I'll be in your debt.
You want to cheat the cheaters?
If
Okay.
you'd like a lesson on how to dig a hole for yourself, talk to Jahan, the young woman said. I never saw anyone with a losing streak like his.
This is Jahan, I presume. It's gonna be really suspicious when the guy with the worst losing streak around suddenly stops losing. But that sounds like a him problem, not a me problem. As long as he gives me my reward before he gets busted for cheating. After all, we've got bigger problems to solve right now.
I've been in here for 50 years and still never won a hand of cards.
Have you considered that you just suck at cards? Whichever card game you're playing around here, you're bad at it. Okay. The question becomes, how much of this is actually going to necessitate sneaking in? Or more just managing to get my way in there? Because it looks like I just have to go over here.
The arena sands left
Nope,
no
that's the
trace
arena.
of blood behind.
Really sure what the point of that spot there is. We'll deal with the arena here in a moment. 'Cause I'm now presuming that my sneaking spot, yeah, is just up here apparently. That seems incredibly unsubtle, but you know what?
The ladder was
That's what he
held
wanted.
up by some sort of catch. The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
I didn't even have to press a button, it just automatically released that, so that's good to know. Okay, you can grab hold there. There we go. I was hitting the button before that, but it does seem to have a little bit of delay on some moves. Like, not a ton of it, so most of the time it doesn't come up as an issue, but like every now and then I'm noticing a little bit of oddity. Like jumping off of the wall there, for example, you have to do it ever so slightly before where you want it to happen, or it doesn't
A
happen.
faint waft of sweet smoke carried through the room. The Sandfox heard a pipe burble ever so quietly. Why does Roshan have the best-looking security down here, you might wonder? Because Roshan only hires the best.
To be fair, you said best looking, not the actual best. You might not even know how to use that sword for all I know. And with the way you're twirling it on the floor like that, I'm inclined to think I'm correct in that assessment.
Roshan's like a brother to me. I follow where he goes. Always.
And are you high the entire time you're following him? Because that might explain a few things.
I hate serving these devils, whispered the wine girl. But I'll do it if it keeps me from going underground.
Understandable.
I am Under King Roshan. The man boomed from his pillows, and I offer a royal reward to the one who humiliates Vashti's finest pit fighter. Deeper access to the Iron Hold.
Ah. We really get up to a lot of mischief around here, don't we? All of it necessary for our goal, of course. Because we need access to the iron hold, I presume, to go higher up and back out of the pits here. Okay, we can't go that way yet. So we've got to set up the fight in such a way to be in our favor.
I think Roshan's favorites cheat, he said quietly.
Well, yeah, they're Roshan's favorites. They probably have a deal.
How can a disgraced Queen's Guard aid you? With information, of course. I secretly escorted Her Majesty to the stonemason. The bitter man paused. And my reward? False imprisonment.
Oh, you
If
too,
you want
huh?
information on the Queen, then speak to the stonemason. And be watchful for the cowardly guard who threw me down into the depths.
Oh, don't worry. If I get a hold of the people responsible for throwing either of us into the depths, they'll be taking their own turn falling down that hole. Getting chucked down the hole is gonna be too good for the Queen, though. She's got a lot more to answer for than just getting thrown down the hole. Well, it won't be the stars
The Sandfox
above,
stood on
but
the earth where many champions and more failures
oh, I can't just
had stood
clock him in the
before.
back of the head and help him win that way. I suppose that would be too obvious, huh? You have to do something to help him win, though. There's no way he's gonna win this fight otherwise. At least there's not weapons down there. That gives him better odds of not dying, at least. Okay, I have to go the whole way around, it looks like. He just needs to survive until I get there.
Even with the fighters away to the pits, the smell of musk and sweat cloyed the air. I am Vashti, and you are useful, the woman grinned. I know a way above ground, and I'll share it with whomever defaces Roshan's portrait.
Interesting. So is this a choice, or can I do both? Because honestly, the hell with both of you. I see no reason not to deface Roshan's portrait, but I also don't see any reason not to embarrass your finest fighter either. If nothing else, it'll be very entertaining to me to mess with both of you. Aha, these do let you through. Honestly, both sides here seem like they're a problem.
What am I in for? The prisoner chuckled.
That's not an answer, but I guess it is a ridiculous question.
The chandelier fell and fell straight onto the burly pit fighter's head, knocking him out cold.
That doesn't seem much like fixing the fight, more like murder. Because, you know, I think we can all say that that's not really a fair fight, and that just gets thrown out when somebody drops a chandelier on the man. What do I know?
Ugh. The giant could manage no more.
He is a little bit clobbered.
Sweet blessings from above, this scrawny man said. I beat Rami?
You keep telling yourself that. Like, this still will damage Vashti's reputation one way or the other, presumably. Because, you know, you can't reliably have fights happening if you have accidents like that happening in the middle of your fights. And if people can't count on you to run fights that are going to be worth watching, then your arena goes out of business. have to go the whole way around again, I presume, to talk to a big man. I wonder where that portrait is for me to deface, though. I do want to rip it apart. Even if it doesn't end up benefiting me at all. God damn it. I do like the idea of destroying something that looks like that guy. I just immediately don't like him. But he has the good fortune in his case of being useful to me.
And so the lights come down for Vashti's prized fighter.
Roshan's belly quivered with laughter.
So much for their winning streak. As promised, a key to the iron hold. Head through the storm drains.
His lip curled into a cruel smile.
Of course, our association must remain a strict secret. Not even my guards will know. So be watchful.
Don't worry. As far as I'm concerned, we never met. Because I certainly wouldn't want to think about having met you. So there must be a way for me to have reached up here in order to knock that ladder down to get to him quicker. I probably just needed like a better timed wall run to get there.
He said nothing. He only admired his reflection in his sword.
Yep, he's useless. Where is portrait, though? Looks like the quest for that might be gone? Oh, wait, no, the painting... Oh, right, the painting's in the iron hold. Okay. So, yeah, doing both is a guarantee, then. I kind of figured, since both those popped up at the same time, that they may have been two ways of getting up to the surface, was what I was assuming. Since we didn't really have context for what the iron hold was entirely, other than people had been thrown in the iron hold, which should have clued me in that it was that prison section to the right. But there was no guarantees.
Any new stories, fox friend?
Well, I dropped a chandelier on a guy. Does that count as a story?
A prison managed by those banished underground. The din of tin cups clinking against endless bars filled the Sandfox's head.
So it's a prison within a prison. Seems excessive. Oh, I think I see the bit here. Jump up here, you grab this.
The prisoner howled from inside the cage, waking the sleeping guard.
That is not the sound I expected to come out of this person here. Really wish you'd stop doing that. He's probably real confused that that door just randomly opened. Okay, there's somebody in that cell. They stand out a bit, so I wonder if they're important. Maybe worth my while to club the guard and have a chat with them. I think I might have actually been better served leaving that door shut rather than unlocking it, but I may have needed to pull that lever for something else. Ah. Apparently the prisoners will just scream at the sight of anyone for some reason.
The Sandfox was trained to take.
I don't really understand why they start screaming like that whenever they see a non-guard. I guess maybe it's meant to represent... Why did that make so much noise?
With the Sandfox weighing it down, the cage began to descend.
So the big guy there might be stuck, which is really particularly unfortunate because he's the one who has the key that I need. And I assume getting near him is probably going to auto-kill me. I broke it. Huh. I'm really gonna stop being this good at breaking things at some point. So, oh, I fixed him. Is he gonna break again? Nope, he made it that time. Okay. Oh, he got me that time. I was helping him get his steps in. Standing guard all day, they probably don't get nearly enough of time to run around and do stuff. You should be thanking me.
The guard carried a key. Just this sort of thing the Sandfox was trained to take.
Let's just slide down this way, since apparently the ladder is, like, covered in clown horns or something over here. I really don't know why he got suddenly set off as I was coming down the ladder.
With the Sandfox weighing it down,
Oh, come on, game.
the cage began to descend.
I think he's stuck again. How do I keep doing this? Oh, nope, he's good. Apparently he saw me in the dark up here. Somehow. What is this game, man? What is this game?
No one would find the Sandfox inside the box.
Do not be suspicious of the box. There is never a fox inside the box. Go away. I'm not here. There's nothing to see within the box. You don't believe me, do you? Could you just piss off, please? This is me time in the box, man. Come on. You're being rude. What do you mean this box isn't a toilet? Well, it is now. You really aren't gonna go anywhere, are you? I tried to drop down. I'm forgetting that that patch on the right is not drop throwable. This game is a little bit glitchy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit glitchy in very unfortunate places. I way overshot my jump there. I don't know how I did that. I need to remember that I did that so that I can potentially repeat that trick, 'cause that seems useful.
The guard carried a key. Just this sort of thing the Sandfox was trained to take.
Blink.
With the Sandfox weighing it down, the cage began to descend. The Sandfox warily eyed a raving man. "Please help me," he said rather lucidly. "I'm not like the others. Let me down, please."
I don't know if I trust that, but he is speaking very clearly. There you go. You know, that's not exactly how I expected that to have released him.
Well, that hurt.
Despite the pain, the injured man's smile shone brightly. Thanks for releasing me. I've been stuck there for ages. He asked the Sandfox if they'd found Gull. The Sandfox told him. You found Gull? The man cheered. I am so glad. I'd worried the cultist had taken him. He was looking for Navid, you say? May he too be recovered safely and soundly. I'm going to the cradle. Hopefully they can get me back in shape.
How are you gonna get out of here with your leg screwed up like that?
Once I've regained a bit more strength anyway. Then I'll get to the cradle. But
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't you worry about me. Old Hamal knows how to take care of himself.
I'm glad he knew who Gull was, because I certainly didn't, because I don't think Gull introduced himself. So I guess the key I took off that guy's for the door to the right there. And going over here was actually completely unnecessary. But we found somebody who was connected with the people we have back in the friendly zone. So it's probably good that we did that anyway. Quickly.
The guard, a key. Easy.
It's always the big guys that have the keys. Which makes sense, because you can't just club them and take the key. Wouldn't want it being too easy now, would we? Okay, this will be easily solved. Pop him. Put the light out. Put the other light out. I didn't mean to drop all the way down. He's gonna find his stunned friend, hopefully. Then I pop up and bop him too. And there we go. Now those two aren't a concern anymore. And I can more freely rob the big man down there.
Beyond even the skill of the Sandfox. Swiping keys from unwary guards, however, is not.
Yoink. Case in point, that was incredibly easy to steal. Pop down, pop it out of his pocket, pop back up like nothing happened. And don't be foolish enough to try to walk past the prisoner there.
The brutes had been chosen to serve the Underkings for their strength, not their intelligence.
Much to my benefit, that's for sure. There we go. Oh, you can see me, huh? Oh no, you see the torch. That's fine. Get distracted by the torch. Goodbye. It's interesting. Sometimes they'll notice the torches are out, and sometimes they won't.
With the Sandfox weighing it down, the cage began to descend.
Not fast enough, though. I'm assuming that guy's gonna be an issue. That guy hanging out there, because he doesn't have, like, a dialogue label on him or anything, like everybody we've been able to talk to that's been friendly. Oh, this is gonna end poorly. And I can't make the jump up to there. That's more of an exit point. So I'm gonna have to deal with setting off the guards at least a little bit. Because we're gonna have to make this guy start losing his shit.
A terrible shriek echoed against the stone. The Sandfox knew to expect the guards.
Thankfully, they really weren't that interested in figuring out what was happening, apparently. That guy's still asleep, and this guy's just staring off into space. So I suppose it's actually to my detriment that they're not that interested in figuring out what happened, because it meant they're still in my way.
The Sandfox's ears perked.
Gotta go!
A familiar sound hung in the air, louder than it had been before.
Yeah, it's almost like he's right there.
The
The Sandfox wondered how long they'd been crying. Whatever the case, they were close by now. A guard, a key. Easy.
We're gonna give them a second to sort out their nonsense, and then we'll talk to the crying man. They might not get over it anytime soon, though. You know what? Never mind.
You there? I say, you there? The old fop wagged a finger at the Sandfox. I need a new cell away from these riffraff and madmen. One with a few. Pray, will you forge orders for a transfer in the captain's office?
You know what? Credit to you for actually knowing how that worked well enough to ask for the right thing. And also, credit for just wanting a new cell. Not even wanting to be released, just wanting to be sent to a different cell that's just less bad. I'm curious, though. This wall's all busted up. Oh no, they did cover it over. You see there's grating on it. It just looked like the other walls we could go through. Do I do the ballsy thing? Probably do the ballsy thing, right? Oh, but he's gonna be behind him. Damn it. I was gonna pop up the second they walked past me, just scoop the key and disappear again. And I could have probably bopped the guy behind him, took the key, and disappeared, but I didn't trust it. Do they walk past where I'm hanging? Under normal circumstances, no. Well, I guess it's time to play the risky move then, because we did just hit a checkpoint, so... Except I hit the wrong button, so I ended up running by accident. I don't know why my brain reflexively went to hit him by pressing right trigger. At least the guy stopped crying after we talked to him. Probably because he has hope now. I do think it's worth a try to pop up and smack this guy upside the head, though.
Easy.
Just gotta be quicker. Come on, turn around. Yoink. Later, boys. I can't believe I got away with that.
The ingenious lather unfurled as the catch was released.
I could have gotten away with that cleaner if I trusted the inputs a little more. Like, if I just trusted the game to have grabbed the key.
The rickety platform creaked and groaned. The Sandfox knew it wouldn't hold much weight, especially if they dropped something heavy on it from above.
Dropped something heavy on it from above, you say? That is presumably a very specific hint. One problem at a time. Is we must have a reason to be going this way. Yeah, you're gonna start shrieking, because of course you are. But that keeps the guard distracted over there. Gives me free reign. I'm getting really tired of the screaming sound, though.
The Sandfox knew they couldn't be knocked out.
Okay, good. The screamy man didn't see me. Okay, good. Uh-oh. Gotta go! Oh, you... Oh, they have a means of getting up here. Okay. I was like, why did he leave? Now I understand.
Sandfox knew the danger had passed.
Okay, so breaking through the floor gets you over there onto that sliding spot to the left, and to the right rather, instead of where we are now. So that must lead to an extra thing. Actually, that might be how you get to the painting. I might not be able to do that yet, though. I assume Sandfox himself isn't heavy enough, but I guess I can go back and try it. We have access here freely, more or less, at this point. They can't see well enough in the dark to see us. All we have to do is just shadow him through the door. Wait for him to go back to sleep, and then we can scoop by him like he was never... Or, you know, he just arbitrarily turns around there. He really shouldn't have had any reason to turn around. Well, whatever then. Can I drop through this? I can.
Underfoot,
Yeah,
the
see, I
rickety
can't
platform creaked and groaned.
break that,
The
so...
Sandfox knew it wouldn't hold much weight, especially if they dropped something heavy on it from above.
Maybe I'm not meant to do anything with this from here, then. Let me just quickly check. Why do you sometimes not wall jump in those small spaces? Now and then he just doesn't... Yeah, so you can't go back up there. So that must be a case of I continue on the path I'm on and I get there, then. Or I had to make a different choice much earlier than this. Because this doesn't seem readily breakable.
Another helmeted guard. The Sandfox knew they couldn't be knocked out.
I do find it interesting that they keep reminding you, like, hey, helmet guys can't be knocked out. Shit. They're very easily manipulated.
The Sandfox could relax.
Whee! Whee! Whee!
A Kasha
There we
chest
go.
plate. They offered no defense, except offense. For with this, the Sandfox could drop from up high. The Sandfox would be fine. The target would not.
I don't really understand how a chest plate would allow me to do that, but you know what, game? You do you. I'll just go along with it. I'm gonna watch the tutorial of
Exhausted,
this.
the Sandfox called upon years of training.
Oh, okay. I did it wrong. I tried to do it from the air. You're actually meant to do it while still attached to the platform. That's a little weird. But that's why they give you those little ghost training things, I presume, is so that things that may not necessarily entirely make sense actually have an explanation. Which is good. There we go. I just, for some reason, was struggling to grab that particular ledge.
With a great thundering crack, the wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through. Underfoot, the rickety platform creaked and
The narration's
groaned.
getting confused because I did too many things at once. I gotta say, though, masterful stealth technique, slamming your chest through wooden platforms. No one will ever know I was
The
here.
rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The platform could not withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent.
A setting to reduce narration frequency might not be a terrible idea for them to add. Because it really is repeating itself a lot. And that's not ideal. Like, even taking it potentially interrupting me out of the equation, is that's a more niche concern. Because not everybody's going to be streaming this and talking at the same time as they're playing it. Okay, now I need to get back through part of this. Well, not necessarily back through. We have to go through from a different angle slightly. You may recognize this as the area I just ran through a moment ago and teased the big man. Down we go.
With a great thundering crack, the wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through.
Like, I get it. They paid for a good narration voice. They're gonna use the hell out of it. But there is a downside to overusing a narration set as well.
The Sandfox saw the ladder high above and knew it could be dropped down. Reaching it was another matter, though.
Like, I get what they're going for here, because she's basically telling someone the story of what happened with the Sandfox. So for continuity of a narrative like that, you kind of need them to be talking about the whole thing. But sometimes that can kind of be worked around instead of going all in on it. They're very confused why that hatch opened, even though they should know full well that there's a lever over here that opens that hatch. You would think somebody would come look at the lever to figure out why it suddenly opened. Also, that was annoying. Yeah, that's also a very fun bit. They're like, no, that didn't happen that way.
A guard, a key. Easy.
You would think I'd be able to just reach my hand up through the bit here and just grab the key. I assume this door is the same key. Oh no, this door is not locked. His friends don't seem to be nearby at the moment.
The door was protected by a keyway too thin for the Sandfox to pick. They knew a key must be nearby.
Never mind, that door is in fact locked. And I know I can't make that jump, so I do need to go get that ladder. Okay, we don't need to pull the lever again. I was worried that it was gonna be like a timed thing. You two have fun being all worked up. It's absolutely okay.
Only a key could unlock this door. The Sandfox knew it must be nearby.
I don't know what that hole there's for. So this doesn't... Oh boy. Maybe this is for getting away from them. Because I can't really jump from the pillar to the platform I need to be on. Oh, they do actually relight them. Or at least if they have a torch, they'll relight them. Okay, good. He lost interest before he walked over here. If he took another step forward, we were going to be fully illuminated and it was going to be a real big problem. Oh, that would have been the perfect time to clock him when his friend jumped across and he hadn't made it yet. Well, they're not searching at the moment, so they're not really an issue. This door can't be opened yet because we don't have the key. Okay, I do need to go past them, though. That's kind of what I was afraid of. Oh, and they're coming back, too. I'll give them credit for actually continuing their patrol route despite that hatch being opened and they just jump across like it's nothing. You walk as far now? You sure do. You walk further now. Thankfully, I'm just outside of their torchlight. Oh, shit. I didn't think he was gonna turn around. I thought they were gonna jump back across again. Oh, you do throw things. Okay, they have an answer to me hiding at the top of the pillar, as it turns out. God damn it. Busted again. Oh, and it's all the way back here? I thought I hit a checkpoint somewhere up there. Apparently I didn't. I guess they didn't expect you to die anywhere during that. Bold of them to assume that I can't just find myself a way to die.
With a great thundering crack, the wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through. Underfoot, the rickety platform creaked and groaned.
It is so weird that the narration is backwards at that specific moment. 'Cause I didn't even go, like, as fast that time, and it still had that bit of narration backwards. Gotta get just the right height here so I don't hit my head. There we go.
The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. Crash! The Sandfox dove straight through the weak wood.
Actually, that's something I should check. No, there's no run behavior, only crouch behavior. I was genuinely considering turning run into a hold instead of a toggle, but it looks like you can't have that be a hold. Because that would actually help me a lot. So I can more freely turn running on and off. But I assume that's intentional that you can't do that, so that it avoids certain means of accomplishing things. Because there's a lot more shenanigans I could do if I could toggle running on and off a lot easier. Turns out the checkpoint was here. Because you had to backtrack and open the shortcut to hit the checkpoint. And I was bold and foolish enough not to think about any backtrack opening, just like, no, forward it is.
Time for caution, the Sandfox thought.
Nah, caution go to the wind. We know that this area is safe. They're warning us that hostility is coming. We just know that there isn't any enemies yet.
The wood splintered, and the Sandfox crashed right through.
I do wonder how speedruns for this game would look. Like, there's gotta be some wacky tech you can figure out. Like, if somebody can actually figure out how to consistently do that single wall jump I did by accident, for example. You could definitely cover some crazy ground that way.
Above, and knew it could be dropped down. Reaching it was another matter, though.
Okay, they didn't get aggroed this time. Moonwalking. They don't seem particularly interested in turning around immediately. Oh no, what happened to him? That was completely unnecessary, but it was fun. God damn it, I hit the wrong button. There was a trick I could do with that, because I realized as I was hanging there, I could probably pop back up and bop the guy again before anybody realized what was happening. Is now they got separated from each other, basically. God damn it. For just a split second, I hit the wrong button again. I don't know what it is, but I keep getting my drop down and lift up buttons reversed very consistently, and I really can't explain why. Because there's not really any reason why that should be happening to me. Damn it. I had an opening, but I hesitated. Because I could have gotten him while he was over here, I think. Because me climbing up through him, I think would have given me enough time to clobber him before he knew what was happening. Oh. This is also something I should have just done in the first place. Or, you know, that guy's just gonna suddenly turn around for some reason. The classic stealth game issue of every now and then the AI does something weird. Like just suddenly turning around for no explicable reason. Like, I understood why this guy got set off, because he saw the torch was out. But when his partner saw the torch was out, why did he turn around and look the other way? That doesn't make sense. Like, you could make the argument that he was checking it behind them to make sure somebody wasn't running up on them, but that really shouldn't be their first response in a situation like that necessarily. He should be keeping an eye on his buddy. Just a weird decision. You know what? I'm too curious. I need to know.
Up, the Sandfox could easily drop upon the enemy.
Okay, so that did just work.
The wasn't just good for getting around. It was also a very handy means of taking out an enemy.
I assumed it was intended to take out this guy. I wasn't sure I was going to respond to all three of them being piled up like that. Especially with the guy now levitating in the air there.
The ladder slid smoothly down into place.
Just remember, everybody, this game came out today. So, you know, it's got a couple bugs.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
It's got its issues, you know? Got its issues. It's the risk of a day one in play.
Stamped here is the gecko's mark. He left here a prayer to Arkesh, the Wanderer, one of the 8 gods of the desert.
Man, why couldn't I be the gecko? I like geckos.
The Sandfox hid in the box.
There's something very amusing to me with the way she says the fox hid in the box. There's just like an extra bit of energy to the end of that sentence for some reason. Boink. Don't even have to be behind him to steal his key because he's asleep. And I'm betting they're not even going to notice that the key's gone. And that's the funniest part here. Like, they don't care that their buddy's asleep. Because, you know, why would they? He probably sleeps on the job all the time. But you would think they would check the key that's obviously hanging at his belt as they pass him. This is a big goddamn key. Nope, they don't care. Not in the slightest. Then again, they did mention before that these guys aren't chosen for their intelligence. Big obvious things like open doors and extinguished torches, they'll figure those out. Missing key? Nah. Below their pay grade. So where's the door that I need this key for? I presume up past as the clown show up here. I think there was a locked door that upset me over here earlier. Imagine if I could just use those two unconscious guys as a replacement bridge and just walked across them. That'd be very funny. Ooh. Had me going for a second there. I thought I was falling into a trap. What am I supposed to be doing here, though? I opened up this room, but, can't help but notice that there's not much I can do in here. Oh. I missed a step. How much I bet that lever there is important. That one right there that those two go walking past. Hang on. Going back. Question becomes, I mean, I guess I jump across like this again, yeah. Yeah, I just need to jump all the way across, I guess, because there's an area right up above here. Yes, the super precise wall jumps like that are definitely not ideal. Like, I really do think they didn't need to make them, like, as pixel perfect as they are.
Sandfoxes hide in boxes.
Especially since you have to actually use a pure standing jump. But again, if it's meant to be evocative of things like the old Prince of Persias and such, in addition to things like Thief and all of that, then it makes sense for it to be precise to that degree, because you had situations where your standing jump being different from your running jump did matter in the early Prince of Persias. It was very frequently how you would die if you chose the wrong jump. And at least in this, it doesn't get you killed much.
Upwards, past the treasury where the Underkings kept their golden store, leaving the iron hold behind.
I want to go back down because the portrait's down there. I presume I need to get off the elevator part way.
Forgotten, unpolished treasures from kingdoms past filled the room. Anything remotely valuable was brought here to Roshan's hoard.
See, I'm motivated for multiple reasons to come in here now, because if this is where this guy keeps his whole hoard of goodies, there may be goodies for me in here, too. And we all know that I'm very motivated by goodies for me. One of my favorite things. Oh, hi there. Gotta go. Hee Let's see if they figure that one out. That was a very important time for me to get that jump right. If I did that wrong there, oh, that was gonna be bad for me. That was gonna be real bad for me. I genuinely didn't expect the big guy to open the door right as I peeked through it, though. That was awkward. Ah. Let's leave that door shut for now. Because I assume it'll be to my benefit to not have people be able to get in here after me. But it's going to be a puzzle. In fact, I think this might be the first puzzle this game's had, such as it is. Ah, I see. Use this block to get up, and then you use this block to fill out the wall so you could wall run up. Clever, clever. Da, 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 da. Neat portrait. You're not even looking at the one painting you, though. And your profile's just not that good. I'm probably doing you a favor by destroying this.
Portrait now sported a ludicrous mustache. As proof of the defacement, the Sandfox tore off a scrap of canvas for Vashti.
There's a lot more than a mustache going on there, game. Just gave him the whole devil treatment, apparently. So that mustache is rather comical. We're just showing who he really is in the portrait. We really captured his essence in that picture. Son of a bitch. Going back around. The wall sliding into the jumps really is misbehaving more and more. And I think it's partially because they're expecting me to do it more and more. It's like, you fall just even a tiny bit too much, and it just doesn't take. Oh, good, that did work. I wasn't sure if it was gonna let me do that. It's like, it looks really cool when you do it all correctly.
The Sandfox thought.
It's just a little bit finicky.
The Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
Gotta go! Remember that whole being careful thing? Yeah, no, nuts to that. Sometimes I can't resist the urge to toy with them. Oh, of course you turned around right then. Son of a bitch. Go on. Walk to your doom. That works too. I was kind of hoping to put you on the other side of that door at that point, but you know what? That's on me for swinging too soon. They also didn't even pick the other guy up, apparently. He's just still out cold. Unfortunately, since I fell down here, I am kind of in an awkward position. Slightly awkward, anyway. So I can just drop down here and slip away. Because I saw no markers for any items, so I don't even need to, like, go around and grab anything in here. I can just get out. At that point, why not go out the way I came in? Later, dummy. Let's see. Oh yeah, we actually can just pop up right here next to where she is to turn in the fact that we did that. Perfect. You would think us coming up through the elevator in the iron hold would be enough of a hint, hey, maybe we went and did something down there. Still letting that guy sleep off having a chandelier dropped on his head.
Ugh.
Yep, he's still not doing so
The
good.
giant could manage no more. Oh, well done, Master Thief. Vashti's smile was lazy. Roshan's vanity will make that hard to swallow. May he choke on the indignity. You did your duty, I shall do mine. Bring this note to Gaspar of the Deep Watch. But beware the other guards. They're friends to no one but the Queen.
Fair enough, and the Queen is no friend of mine after pinning the murder of the king on us. Makes you wonder why the Queen murdered the king to begin with. But presumably, considering the whole invading army being right on our doorstep situation happening at the same time, I would presume some manner of deal was struck between the Queen and the invaders, perhaps.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Maybe she just never liked him. And just got real sick of him, so she assassinated him. Hard to say, really. Got plenty of options for why somebody would end up deciding to do something like that. Oh, I see. There's buttons now.
When the switch was thrown, the Sandfox heard a mechanism clanking through the walls. A purgatory for imprisoned. Here, prisoners pass between the strict and survivable old fort and the brutal iron hold. When the switch was thrown, the Sandfox heard a mechanism.
Because I hit the button
through the
twice, it
walls.
freaked out a little. Game, please. I know none of you will have any proof of the way this played out, but understand that I hit the jump button a solid second before you saw the Sandfox jump there. And I know, again, this is one of those unprovable things that unless you play this, you'll never understand what I'm talking about. You just have to trust my word on that one. I think I can still get further from here. Yeah, there we go. Just a corner jump. That I presume I need to hit this button for. No, I don't. So is there a key somewhere, or do I have the key? Oh, it's just a lockpick. Okay. I've come to associate the silver doors with not being able to pick the lock. Hey, bud.
The guard eyed the note from Vashti. I see, he said slowly. Well, I can't just let you in the front door. More than my job's worth.
He's gonna drop me through the hole.
The iron grate beneath the Sandfox. No, you'll have to go the long way. Sorry. The Sandfox plummeted into the darkness below, cursing the guard as they fell. This time, however, their fall was broken by a pool of disgusting, slimy water. They were thankful. Mostly.
The zombie's a bit of a concern, but the thing to the left of it is much more of a concern. My attention was drawn by this jar here. We haven't seen that yet, and it seems very interesting. But that is a whole other issue. Our weird, like, sand tornado monster.
A weak wooden wall. It could be broken, perhaps, with enough force. The Sandfox hopped in and raced through the rotten wall and into another pool of stinky, grimy water.
Not gonna lie, thought he was gonna push it, not jump in it.
Through the mines. Gently, the Sandfox stepped, fearful of drawing attention.
Wait. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait, why is he just hanging out with the monster here? And then the monster turned around and whooped him.
The poor brute never stood a chance against the devilish dervish. The Sandfox was even more resolved to avoid such a fate.
Oh, are they just dervishes? Okay. Because those are something.
This sturdy box could be moved aside with a little effort from the Sandfox.
I at first didn't even notice the box she was referring to, I'm not gonna lie. Oh neat, you can push it and pull it up slopes. Grab this first, though.
The charred remains of a missive from Rafif, the Eagle. It relays the progress of a peace mission brokered by the Kingdom of Faraz, and a kingdom whose name is now too worn to read.
So I guess they might have been messengers in addition to thieves and spies and everything. Like, I presume
The Sandfox had heard of
the
these
Kashai are
sandy
just kind
devils,
of
faster
catch-all.
than anything, but blind, known to charge any strange sound they heard.
Okay, so the fact that they don't have eyes is significant. They can't see. I wasn't sure if that was just a design choice or not. Turns out, they are in fact blind. But what are the zombies? They are not blind. And they'll let their spooky horned dervish friends know that somebody's about. You would think, since the eye sockets are empty there, that the zombie thing wouldn't be able to see either. Oh, I think it might be time for us to find out if we can club these things. Okay, they do attack. I think I made a little bit more noise when I got to the water, so when I ducked, I was too late already. At least grabbing that note was a checkpoint in and of itself. And grabbing does not supersede the wall run, as it turns out, so we need to keep that in mind.
The Sandfox had heard of these sandy devils, faster than anything, but blind, known to charge any strange sound they heard.
Okay, yeah, I can't
The
attack
Sandfox
the
slipped
zombies
out
at
of
all.
sight.
I was mashing the club button and it just wouldn't take.
The rickety platform was weak. It wouldn't take too much to smash down through it. The Sandfox marked the wall into memory. If only they could climb it.
What's this?
Another face of sand. Another opportunity to destroy the sand monsters. At the very moment the vase shattered, spilling its sand.
So now they're defeatable, I guess? Or was it only the dervish that was attached to this jar? Because the zombie seems to still be there. Yeah, I don't have good enough grip to turn around and jump off there. Yep.
The platform could not withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent. The Sandfox breathed easily again. More weak wooden walls blocked the way. Well, well, the Sandfox's noisy four-wheeled friend would see to that. The wooden reinforcements on the wall looked good for climbing. The Sandfox was right. Climbing the wall was about as natural as walking.
Two of the dervishes are hanging out over here. I really do need to sometimes be a little bit more patient with some of these moves, I think, just so that the narration doesn't just get backed up against itself over and over again. I need that zombie to piss off. There we go. Because the dervishes, as we've discussed, can't see. I'm not worried about them necessarily. Son of a bitch. Gotta go! I think this is another case of hitting just the right height. No. I'm not sure what they expect you to do there, because you can't land that. As far as I can tell, you can't, like, get up high enough into that corner to jump up there. So I guess maybe it's just to get past them to get to the jar? That might be all it's for, is just getting around them. So you're gonna make quite the noise when you land. The jar is just right over there, so all I have to do is get the two dervishes ideally to the right of me, or at least one of them to the right. This way I can scoot past, hop over the zombie, and potentially a dervish. Like so. Yeah, because making direct physical contact with the dervish doesn't seem to matter, as long as he's not aware that you're there when you make contact.
Another vase broken. More sand monsters turned into harmless piles.
That begs the question. Since those jars have to exist for the sand monsters to exist, who made the jars, and why are they down here in the cinnabar mines? Is somebody trying to prevent cinnabar from being mined? And what uses do they have for cinnabar in this world? Because I'll be honest, I don't actually know what the real uses for cinnabar are. I know there's been mystical uses of it in some fiction, but I don't remember exactly what uses those were off the top of my head either. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was gonna make enough noise that the... I did it again. I did the dumb thing again. I did the really dumb bad for me thing again. Okay. Right, they can see. I don't know why I thought they couldn't see me. Okay, they can't act on that when there's a gap, so good to know that zombies can't jump. At least not in this world. Punk. Dervish go bye-bye. Okay, see, that zombie exploded. There we go. Okay, the zombies just take longer to explode, I guess. And why did that other zombie still stick around no matter how long it took? Weird. Doesn't matter, I guess. One way or the other, we resolved the enemies that were in our way. And now I can more safely grab this.
The ingenious ladder unfurled as the catch was released.
These enemy sections with the monsters aren't so bad, honestly. I almost prefer them to the humans because at least you can more permanently resolve the monsters.
The platform looked sturdy enough to support the Sandfox, but not for long.
Okay, we got falling platforms now. They're gonna, like, hinge down and then pop back up, I presume. And they're real loud when they do that, so I'm sure that's gonna be an issue.
Opened up. The Sandfox realized they had reached the mouth of the mine.
We'd have to go all the way around to get at that jar.
A sand devil. The Sandfox knew the dangers of being heard. The Sandfox slipped out of sight.
Why are you yelling? There's nothing here. I'm just a sand devil, just like you. See? Look at the colors I have. I'm very sand-like when I'm in this bin here. Everything's fine. Real nice that the dervishes don't have like a sense of smell or anything when I just go scooting by it. You would think though when we're basically able to touch it, we would still be making enough noise, even sneaking, that they would detect us basically brushing right past them. Not that I'm gonna argue with it, it's just interesting. Also not even sure if there was a reason for me to destroy those, other than they were there. Then again, I do have to figure out how I'm supposed to make my way forward. So getting rid of them was probably wise towards that end. It is Oh, we missed a fast travel spot, it seems. Oh, wait, no. I don't think we've gotten there yet, because I think we got dropped down here. Or somewhere. And we're almost back out now. So maybe my exit was up here. That would make the most sense, presumably. We, like, scoot our way through here. Yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to gain height here. No, these walls are far enough apart you can't gain height. So we just need to slide into here, then.
Beneath the Sandfox's weight, the platform creaked.
Need
They
a wall
needed to
run
be
here.
fleet-footed.
Yeah, thankfully, expecting me to, like, hop across falling platforms, that's something I can do. Like, a lot of the actual platforming of this, when it's cooperating with me, is very fluid and very nice. And very much in my wheelhouse. Which is probably why I'm enjoying it, is because it's in my wheelhouse.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to hide from this guy. He's already been taken out. Which is interesting in and of itself. Let's go get that lever before I do anything else. I suspect that's going to be important. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I mean, it is what I want, but not what I wanted at that exact moment. How did you get here?
I don't like it here. No one should be treated like the prisoners are down here. Made to work every hour of the day and night in the sin of our minds. She shook her head. At least they're not made to work while the sand monsters roam. This place is connected to many others all around the kingdom. Should you ever need to get around quickly, just tell me. I will get you where you need to go.
Okay, so now fast travel opens up, and we can now go back and forth between here and the midden. I have no reason to go back to the midden right now. I presume that's for once you have more abilities, you can backtrack and clear up things you couldn't get to before. You know, typical Metroidvania things. This, I presume, opens the way up. Yep. Nice and easy.
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
Not really sure where said danger is. Because we were here already and there weren't enemies here. But I guess it's because there are enemies in the vicinity.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
Like, fairly distant vicinity in that position. But still in the vicinity. Now, having opened a bunch of shortcuts, we need to make forward progress again. Where is your jar, gentlemen? Down there. Okay. Well, that's easily solved. Ah, yeah.
The platform could not withstand the Sandfox's forceful descent. The Sandfox destroyed the base, and so destroyed the sand monsters. This was a diagram from the secret codex of Kala, the crow. In it, they had drawn a perfect image of the doors of Hashim in the hidden temple of the Kashai.
Neat. So the Kashai have a temple somewhere. I presume that's probably where they do, like, initiations and training of new Kashai, maybe. We're learning little bits and pieces as we go. We still don't have the full picture of how our little order works. We're getting some ideas. Like, for one thing, they really like naming people various animals. Because we've had, what? The crow, the gecko... Obviously, we're the Sandfox. We had at least one other one, but which animal it was is escaping me right now. that just closes the door behind us. We don't want that. Yeah, because we actually need to go this way in order to get out. Wait, I destroyed your jar. Why are you still alive? Is there a second jar? Shenanigans. I wonder if our fast travel friend is why this guy's unconscious. So I presume it wasn't the monsters, because they didn't really have access over here. I don't think extinguishing that torch mattered, but it made me feel better. They're really rumbly boys, aren't they? You know, I think coming over here was actually, completely pointless, by the way. Huh. It looks like we're actually meant to go back up and through where we were before. Over there, now that I look at the map again. Maybe it only looked like somewhere we had been before because of all the buttons and such that were very similar to where we walked through initially. Well, one way or the other, we need to go that way. So once more, we do the thing. And I do want to point out, as much as I'm snarking at certain things about this game so far, I am really enjoying it. The art remains very good. Most of it is still very smooth. Sound design, as I mentioned before, is very good. Like, I haven't really missed anything audio cue-wise so far, so credit to them for that. I think this is the same set of buttons I passed through before, because this is the same pattern. I dropped down assuming it may have actually been different. I will say, it is interesting how, for a lot of this, you don't even need the buttons. Buttons just make it more convenient to get through certain parts. If you can just jump reasonably well, you can actually just bypass that entirely. Problem is, though, coming back around here, this just takes us back to where we got dropped. So what was the point? Unless maybe I'm supposed to go all the way down there? And maybe curving back up this way was pointless? Aside from to unlock fast travel? Which I'm not even really sure why I would want to fast travel back to this segment either. Huh. Also, we've only gone up like 5% map in a bit here, so maybe the game isn't as short as I was worried it was going to be. You just travel the first third very quickly. But as the game gets more complex, it takes you longer and longer to make headway, which that starts to work out and be fair. That's pretty par for the course. We do have 1/5 of the seals already, which is neat. We have not seen a single one of those scrolls. Whatever they are. Okay, we can look at all the individual zones we've been to. We've been to Trader's Fall, the Fungal Depths, the Midden, the Melting Pot, and now the Cinnabar Mines are where we are now. And we came from the Gardens of Ruel. We have 4 out of 9 items, so we're like halfway done on getting items. It is interesting that there's gaps here. I wonder... I would presume I didn't miss any abilities. They just may have laid them out a little weirdly. Which, you know, that's fine. No real issues there. So I guess it's back down through the mines we go. And we need to make our way probably over here. Or down to where this door is, one of the two. I was just kind of following the pathing in front of me. And the pathing in front of me was not 100% correct. I don't think I can go back, though, is going to be the issue. I'm going to have to go back through the mines the front-wise way. Which is unfortunate, but it's fine because we got rid of a lot of the monsters. So we can just kind of zoom through. Monsters are gone and the doors are opened and things like that. Of course, there are jars I missed, like this one. But we would need the ability to climb the wooden paneling there to get at him. So that's also an interesting thing, is there are jars that you can't reach immediately. Huh. So that got inverted at some point, because putting that on the button was what opened the door before. You know, it's actually for the best that the ads are running right now, so y'all miss most of the backtracking. Yeah, I see where I went awry now, I think. Because I was in such a hurry. We need to go down and around to get at that minecart. And that minecart will open the way forward. How do I get there becomes the question. This is inaccessible. Ah, by going part way back up and around and then going down. That's the bit we got wrong. Okay, that makes sense. Which, saying we got it wrong is not entirely accurate either. We just followed the non-main path, which is business as usual. I will say the routing in this game so far has been very straightforward, and I don't entirely know if that's just because it's early or if this game is just going to be fairly straightforward in general. And it being straightforward is not a bad thing. Before anybody takes that as oh, I guess this just isn't gonna be really right for the genre then. It's like, well, no. There's actually a lot of Metroidvanias that the pathing is incredibly straightforward. Huh. So I need to be able to get through that metal grate there. I guess I need to use the elevator to get there, probably. And that's where I went wrong, is I didn't follow the elevator when I sent it down. So now I need to do this whole sequence again. Which isn't that big a deal, it's not that long a trip. But I have to assume that that's the case, because why else would activating the elevator have had any significance? I just made the initial incorrect assumption that that elevator was just a return trip spot. Doing it this way also prevents you from simplifying the routing back by just, like, sliding down. Yeah, see, that just opens and gets out of the way.
Another weak wooden wall was just about ready to fall down. The Sandfox was too glad to offer it encouragement.
These minecart bits are fun. I do kind of wish it would have let me launch off of here, but it would have put me right into that dervish and would have killed me. So maybe it's for the best that it didn't. It just would have been funny. Like they would have expected me to jump out partway or something so I don't go flying into my own death. I doubt it's picking up on the mic since I've got the noise gating, but there is some thunder rolling in, just so y'all... Okay, maybe that one might be picked up. So, you know, if the stream suddenly ends, power probably went out.
The Sandfox slipped out of sight.
Where'd he go? I don't know. Guy in the cart's real suspicious, though. No, I'm one of you guys. It's fine. See? The zombie gets it. He's leaving. Why don't you go hang out with the zombie? He's really lonely. Me? No, I'm fine. I like it in this cart. You're really not buying that, huh? Not buying what I'm selling. Oh, for all that it's riding on the ground like that, it apparently can't fit underneath ledges. Oh, that wasn't bad at all then.
The shambling sand monster groaned, its dusty rasp crueler than any desert wind.
That is a very extra description, but I'm here for it. Okay, so I need to get over to that jar to dispose of the goon squad here. Yeah. Well, that was interesting. I was in the cart, but dead, but out of the cart, but I died, but went in the cart. I do like that there's some variation coming up along the way here. Hopefully they keep up with the variation. For some reason I thought I could just sprint past him, forgetting the fact that they would aggro immediately in that scenario. I would have needed to have at least jumped over him.
The Sandfox hid away.
Gotta go! I don't really think I'm intended to outrun those things. Because you'll notice your regular running speed doesn't outrun them. But if you jump, you're faster than if you're running. So you can kind of evade them that way. We're probably meant to, like, take our time and drop down on the side over here for this segment, rather than dropping down the middle like I did and being super aggressive. I assume at some point there's going to be another type of thing we have to deal with. Be it like higher end guards or anything like that. To add further variance.
A rickety platform. The Sandfox knew it could be broken with enough force.
Because after all, we still have that aforementioned invading army that we're presumably going to end up interacting with at some point. And I presume they'll operate differently than the thugs and such around here. Not to mention, we'll also have higher or tier guards above us to deal with, like, once we get to the city proper, too, I'm sure.
The platforms moved from one side of the cave to the other.
Yeah, I kind of figured this was gonna move, that's why I waited. And now we have another new mechanic, moving platforms. Timed moving platforms as well. Oh, I see what I need to do there. I'm gonna have to be quick about it, but I see what to do. Just hop down like this, and just slide under.
The ladder slid smoothly down into place. Further in, the platforms moved with greater speed. The Sandfox readied for a challenge.
I jumped too early. I need to wait, I think, and get closer so I can do a plain standing jump to reach that. Yep. Got it. Now I wait. It's a good thing the dripping water doesn't make him lose his grip. That'd be really unfortunate. A music sheet. I guess that's what the scrolls are. We're gonna wait. Yeah, because the second I go sliding down there, I was gonna get binned, and the thing would have gotten out of the way right as I got there, pretty much. But I do want that music sheet just to see what that's all about. Can I be cheeky? Ha! Yes! Shortcut.
The Sandfox found another sheet of music.
And the way she's saying another sheet makes me wonder if I missed the first one somewhere. But she also said another about a couple of things. That seemed like was the first time we encountered them, so I don't know. That may just be like a slight bit of weirdness. Now, I'm assuming I wall run here, probably. Using the momentum of the platform to assist my run. Do that again here, probably. Be quick so I can get to that other platform, or I wait. I'm gonna wait. Yep, because I didn't trust it. I probably would have landed it, but I don't want to have to redo it just because I took a risk. There we go. Stay ducked so I don't smack my head into the wall like a fool. And up we go. Nice and easy. I'm sure there's people out there that end up getting stuck at some of these segments. And if I had gotten curious, I would have gotten through there cleanly. Thankfully... Oh. We can probably shortcut this a little bit. Yeah. I should have known better than to try to... Game, please. Why is he just auto-jumping off the ladder? What is happening here? What are you doing, Sandfox? He was just having a whole time with the bottom of that ladder for some reason. Yeah, to finish that thought, there's probably people that will have trouble with this segment, but this segment's really not that bad. It was a bit of a dick move for them to have that ceiling be a little low there, so you just smack your face into it when you try to jump across, though. That was mean. They keep getting me with that, too, and that's the annoying part about that. Because I see it and go, nah, I'll win. Whack. Bird into the window once again. I'm just not even gonna jump down onto that platform. No, thank you. Okay, I am not past where the minecart is yet. I wanted to make sure I didn't overshoot. All of this just to get back to this minecart that we saw way back at the beginning of this area.
The Sandfox held on tightly, white-knuckled, as the minecart hurtled down the abandoned mineway.
Oh, we're going far. Whoop.
Once the shock of the sudden plunge into cool water wore off, the Sandfox took in their surroundings. A sunken tomb of the old kingdom. How long had it been since any had laid eyes upon it?
You know, if somebody had just come down here and properly maintained that minecart track, we could have gone so far. Remember, kids, maintain your minecart tracks. You never know when somebody may go hurtling down on them and fall into a pit. Or maybe you want that to happen. You know, I won't judge. As long as I'm not the one who goes hurtling into the pit.
The submerged tomb was beautiful, albeit melancholy, when seen inside the unclean water.
Is this water really that unclean? We can see real well through it. On the bright side, it doesn't seem like we have a breath meter or anything. Just kind of chilling and having a look around. Okay. Am I able to, like, go up through this? No. Oh, there's a lever here. Which apparently we can use levers while we're underwater. Okay. I kind of just assumed I wouldn't be able to use that for some reason. But apparently no. The Sandfox is not limited by such concepts as being underwater. Unlike many other protagonists.
A fragment. On one side, a colorful pattern. On the other, a message to the Kashai from the serpent. It tells the location of Khazard's tomb, thought to be a myth until its discovery a century ago.
Neat. So now we know that the serpent is also a concept amongst the group here. And we also know that they, at the very least, discover tombs. Whether that's part of their job description or not, probably not. But they just happened to find that one. So maybe that was just like a side thing they were doing. This is inconvenient. There's a grate in my way. Is there a lever somewhere? There is. This one blended in a little bit. It was there. Looks like this used to be an elevator shaft, because you can see the line on the wall there where something would have been passing back and forth on that track. Doesn't matter now, thanks to it being full of water. It would have been useful if we came here when everything was still running. Okay, looks like we just need to drop to that platform there, and then not fuck up. Like that. But I'm gonna have to repeat it, looks like. Oh, and it's timed. Of course it is. A favorite. By my favorite, I mean absolutely not. There's a lot of extraneous walking to this bit here. Go, 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 go. Made it. Hey, wall climbing.
Gloves, a staple of the Kashai. These gloves granted the wearer extra grip, with which they could leverage themselves up and down walls with uneven protrusions. The Sandfox looked at the surrounding walls. It was time to begin climbing. It was here the Sandfox scaled the first of many walls.
A little bit behind me on that one there, game, but you know what? That's fine. This is a big game changer for us, though.
A current of warm air blew up from out of the ground, humid and incredibly strong.
And very short-lived, apparently. Oh, there it goes. Apparently you have to be very close to it for it to do anything.
At first, the Sandfox could not make it out, but turned just so in the light it was plain to see. The mark of the Kestrel. The assassin lives a lonely life, but here was a word of hope that hearts far apart would remain connected by the golden thread.
Okay, so there's at least the Kestrel, who is a dedicated assassin. I suppose perhaps the Kashai have specialists among them then, based on that. Like they leverage whatever they're best at. But you know, that would just make nothing but sense. Makes you wonder how many of them are left. Well, it might be the only one.
The platform gave way. It fell to the floor below.
Kind of figured that was going to be breakable. We were about due for actual breaking platforms in addition to the hinged falling ones.
The riches of the earth found their way into the kingdom through these passages. Or at least they did when the strange monsters didn't shamble about.
There really are a lot of these monsters. I wonder how long those periods are where the monsters are here in the way of the mining. Like, is it unusual that they're around for this long? Is it unusual that there's the amount of them? Or is this just par for the course in this area that there's just a ton of sand monsters just walking around?
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
Okay, I got away from him quick enough. That guy's standing on the button up there.
the destruction of the vase, a weathered divination card was etched here by the crane. Secret symbols detail an intrigue within the temples of Rashid, the navigator. A plot to misdirect a caravan for a week. To what end? It is not certain.
I presume his button was holding a door over there shut or something.
The Sandfox breathed easily again. The platform gave
Not
way
too easily, though.
and fell to the floor below.
Because the world itself is still out to get us. Oh, hello there. Goodbye. That's fine. They can be aware of my presence all they want, as long as they don't catch me. I disagree. I disagree with that not landing. What was I supposed to do differently there? Is there like a slight change in angle where you do fly like slightly further? I'm a little confused by that one. Oh, I see, perhaps. Yeah, you're supposed to backtrack there. Kind of breaks the flow of that movement there, but I get it. Yeah, that does at least make sense. There's a jar and everything there that we can get at if we get past this door. Get to by going here, but what's over here first? Nothing. Two things, fuck and all.
Quiet. The Sandfox knew they mustn't be heard by the Sand Devil.
I do really feel like they remind you about things like that a little too often. Like we saw our last Sand Devil like 2 minutes ago. But I guess it is useful for if people close the game and come back to have it always reminding. There's an unconscious guard over there. I fucked up. Fuck you.
Another base broken. More sand monsters turned.
I was gonna say,
into
why hasn't he
harmless
fallen apart
piles.
yet? This guard has the key we need. Still a little weird that they don't... Like, we saw the one thug get completely devoured by the sand creatures. Why is this guy here and intact? Are they saving him for a late night snack? Just little inconsistencies that I'm just like, huh, but why is this different? And we probably will never have the answer to that question. But it's a question I will ask anyway. That's just what my brain does. It asks a lot of questions. Most of which I know full well I will never know. Nope, I'm not here. Just the wind. What I meant to do yet again. God damn it. Well, there went my opening. I can't believe I even partially got away with that. Like, I feel like I was dead to rights on that move, and yet somehow I got away with it. Quit hurting at me. So I can just creep past you. Gotta go. Oh, I fucked up. I needed to wait just like a frame longer there. Oh boy, that could have been bad. That could have been really, really bad. Look at those flowers. I get the distinct feeling I'm not gonna want to touch them. Those look like a hazard. They look really cool, but they stand out so much that they just scream danger. Like, in things like this, things don't stand out unless they're there to kill you. For the most part. We meet again.
The old fort. I hear tell this was where our whole kingdom really began. It's all the guards who live here now. I think they have luxury, but it's nothing compared to the palace itself.
Of course.
Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
Now, if I want to get back to the previous two areas, I can. And of course, we have a much more direct connection through here. So I presume I can go open the path that...
All prisoners found their way through the grumbling, unhappy guard.
I presume there's a lever around here that'll open that door, like this one right here. Let's go have a chat with the guy who dumped us down into the mines, shall we? What's up?
You're alive? He cried, the blood draining from his face. No hard feelings, right? You'll have your way into the old fort.
You're lucky I can't blackjack you right now. Because I would definitely smack you upside the head at least once. I genuinely thought at first that he was doing the only way he could keep himself out of trouble to send us down through the hole. But no, he was trying to kill us. Bastard man.
The noble line of Caraman once slept here, before the new palace was built atop the old fort.
You know, it is rather silly of them to build their palace on top of a fort that has so many access ways through it. For somebody like me to come crawling up through. Those are much more formal looking guards, though. Complete with wiggly spears.
Some locks are beyond even the skill of the Sandfox. Swiping keys from unwary guards, however, is not.
So these do just seem like the same models wearing better clothes. Which makes sense, because they're basically the same people. Just some of them are a little better dressed.
The Sandfox knew to beware dogs. With their powerful noses, they didn't need to see the Sandfox to find them.
Hey bud, don't mind me. I mean, with everything the Sandfox has been through, I have to imagine he has a real strong scent at this point.
Dances were held here once, in ages past. But now,
no, they're just hanging out in here.
Sandfox only heard whispers of prisoners and guards.
These sand dunes work to my advantage, but also work against me rather well here. You just find something better to do? What do you mean someone's missing? You two lost each other. I can't be blamed for that. They're unfortunately standing entirely too close to where I need to go. Now they're gonna gather back up again. I mean, I could probably get away with bopping the torch guy. Oh no, he lost his partner again. What is with these two? They're just out of control.
The Sandfox knew that only distance would keep the dogs from discovering them.
I'll be honest, I didn't expect to get away with that. Like, hiding up here in the vines, that makes sense. Because I'd be obscured just enough by it. But getting away with jumping up there without them even slightly detecting me was surprising. Okay, good, I could reach that. I can't jump up, though, is the problem. So I can't, like, go up to the ledges above me. So I gotta go this way. But I guess, once again, the whole... They could just assume it was an animal they heard hopping about up there. And then they have no reason to check. This guy, though, this guy is an overachiever. Okay, I made it that time. That was pretty much the only move I could make. Oh. Hey there, Kathy. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you all had a good time. We're just in here trying to sneak back up into the castle of a kingdom I used to work for. And the queen killed the king, betrayed us, blamed us for the death, and chucked us down into the deepest prison. That's the short version of what we're dealing with here. But enough about us. Like I said, what were you up to? Hopefully you are all doing well. Meanwhile, I will go back to sneaking. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack in a short sentence, huh? Oh yeah, there's also like sand demons running around. Still don't know why those are there. Ooh, you do play a lot of puzzle games. How well did that work out? I assume since it's a nice puzzle game, it must have worked out reasonably well.
Once a bright, merry place, the broken courtyard was now where the prisoners exercised.
Okay, they turned this courtyard into an exercise yard. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, that's the good part, is having to at least work for it a little bit. Not so much that it starts to hurt or to drain you too much, but make you work for it just a little bit. Kind of like exercise for the brain.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
As you can see, there's a good emphasis on parkouring around in this year. There is basically no combat other than smacking people in the back of the head with a blackjack. Nobody over there? Okay. Close the door behind me. Oh, good. We found our fast travel friend again.
The great palace of Karaman. The bandaged girl chuckled. What is there to say about paradise, really? Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
You'll notice everybody in this game has a similar voice because we're actually being told the story of what happened here by an as yet unidentified narrator. But since she's narrating everything, she's voicing everyone. She also chimes in quite a bit. Okay, so Kareem is up there. As you can see, we've covered a bit of ground so far today. We started, where was it? Down in here. This is where we got dropped through. We landed here initially, and then we've been figuring our life out since then.
The Sandfox knew
there, yeah.
this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Based on that, I think I know how I get past those grades, but we don't have that yet. Because when we started, we had a couple more abilities than we have now, including the ability to slide. I'm presuming that those grates are passed by sliding into them. Just because look at how that's laid out. That almost certainly seems like you slide into that and you're right on through. That just seems like a given. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the siege part of Siege in the Sandfox, because we're the Sandfox. This whole kingdom's under siege by an invading nation at the same time the queen assassinated the king. Kind of gives a suspicious bit of motive there, doesn't it? Too fast for you, goodbye. I may not be the stealthiest man, but I'm very quick.
The Sandfox caught a tantalizing glimpse of Captain Risa's key.
Oh, that's why he looks different. He's the captain. I assume his key's gonna be important then. Ooh, I almost got punished for my greed there. So let's tail him, because I'm sure
There
that
was only one
good
way
idea.
to get the key. Follow Captain Risa closely without being seen, and wait for
God damn it, game. So that's a thing that's happened occasionally. where it just loses its grip sometimes. Because I told him to jump, and instead he fell. Haven't had that happen in a bit now.
A tantalizing glimpse of Captain Risa's key.
This is fine. That's less fine. On the bright side, there's a checkpoint here. So we got a closer checkpoint out of me falling, so really it works out. And there's really no punishment for dying in this game other than going back to the checkpoint, which the checkpointing's been pretty reasonable for the most part here. We just end up hearing bits and pieces of the narration again.
There was only one way to get the key. Follow Captain Risa closely without being seen, and wait for the perfect moment to strike.
Probably didn't need to clobber that guy, but I figured he would hear me open the door. And I just didn't want him to cause me unnecessary trouble.
Kill them all.
We can't kill, but I could definitely just keep clobbering more of them.
Highborn Captain Risa's family had secured their cowardly son a safe job behind the desk, and the Sandfox knew that they'd have to be particularly guileful to swipe a key from such flighty prey.
Up the elevator, huh? Okay, we'll have to catch up to him. Really? You would think that this would be something I could climb on, but I guess maybe I have to gain that ability. So perhaps we gain that ability here, then. Because, you know, we climb up little boards and such in a wall. You would think I could grab hold of a pipe above my head. Just fine.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do. The Sandfox hid away.
Pay no mind to the fact that the pot has a topper on it now. Everything's fine. Question not the pot. You heard me? Don't question. Don't do it. Oink. You no longer have a key. The key belongs to the pot. You made a bad gamble, sir. Goodbye. Things I get away with sometimes, I swear. I don't know how. Sometimes I do these things with the express purpose of expecting not to get away with it. And yet, somehow, it just works out. Okay, I needed his key to open that door there. Don't mind me, doggo.
A lock of
I got
the
my butt.
highest quality kept the door shut tight. The key
So you're telling me that the key I stole is not for that door? The door that was a foot away from the guy I stole it from? Or did it...
Another guard with a key.
Or did it count
The
me
Sandfox
dying
knew
before
what to
I
do.
technically touched the door? Because we've had a few weird things like that. But I'm going to assume that key is then for the door over there to the left instead. Yoink. Dang it. I wanted to see if I could get away with that one, because we haven't tried running to steal a key. Because, like, I was wondering if I could snatch and run.
A guard, a key. Easy.
Answer to that question is no, you cannot.
The Sandfox hid away.
Is both walking without crouching and running both make noise, and noise is actually pretty important in this game for everybody coming in later on. Yeah, it's for this door. Close the door behind you, because they actually notice doors are open and torches are put out, by the way.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
And that's the downside of the narration, by the way, is you end up with a lot of repeated dialogue. And that's the problem with your take and your douse torch button being the same thing. I only intended to take the key, but it hit the prompt for the torch instead.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
Oh, come on! He just barely noticed in time.
A guard, a key.
Damn it.
Easy.
There's too many of them there for me to get away with that. That is so many. I did not realize there's like 10 dudes in that area. I knew there was a couple above, and
Another
obviously like the
guard
4
with a
down
key.
here, but
The
I did not
Sandfox
realize
knew what
quite
to
how
do.
many. Okay, let's stick to what was working. The sneaky pot fox strategy is the way here.
Within the vase, the Sandfox could not be seen.
You know, ignoring the hand sticking out of the vase. Everything's fine. Wink. The unfortunate thing is we're stuck here till he goes back past, unless I want to jump over him and run for it, which will just cause a whole fracas again. They know something happened, but they don't know what.
Another guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
You good there, bud? You good? He's having a moment. And I can't grab the key from the ladder, so I think I'm stuck on that one. Torches like this, by the way, are undousable. They're behind a grate. The big guys, by the way, also can't be knocked out. I don't know why this guy keeps going, "Where's my partner?" Nobody else was down here the entire time, so he's just tripping. I don't know what he's tripping about. This guy's just still dancing. I may have to actually aggro him just to get him to stop dancing. We've had guys get stuck on these ladders a couple times now. And walk away. I'm shocked that I got away with that. Oh no. Oh, the guys from the other room are coming too. This is a problem. I did not anticipate them drawing the attention of the guys to the right. I should have, but I didn't think about it. If they hadn't pulled those guys, I could have hopped down into the water and probably been
Another
safe.
guard with a key. The Sandfox knew what to do.
A little bit of background
The
information
Sandfox
while I'm
nipped
fighting
inside
with
the vase.
this.
No
The
one
Kashai
would
that they
spy them.
mention seems to be this order of spies, assassins, and a variety of other things of that sort. All with animal-based code names that they use. Like, we're the Sandfox. We know of a serpent, a kestrel, a crow, a gecko, and at least one other one that I'm forgetting. We don't entirely know what the Kashai's alignment is necessarily. Entirely. We know that the Sandfox in particular was coming to warn the king about the invading army, and presumably something else pertaining to that, when he discovered the queen killing the king, which he promptly got blamed for because, you know,
Another guard with a key.
we are
The Sandfox knew
assassins
what to do.
and things like that, so it's very easy to blame us for things like that. Because, you know, after all, we would have knowledge of how to do something like that. I think when he goes back past me to the right is when I'm supposed to steal it from him. When he doesn't get stuck on the ladder. Yoink. Nice and easy. These two stay staring this way for some reason. That's going to be a bit of an issue when I go to open the door. But I can cause a hole to do rather easily. Because now that this guy's not stuck, he should become aware of his friend over there being knocked out. And draw attention to it. Worst case, we'll sit there and just keep knocking more people out. Also douse this torch because nobody here has torches. Because they can't relight them without a torch. Okay, no, they still don't move. I think they're bugged a little bit. Like, I don't think they're supposed to be stationary like that, even in a situation where people are aggroed. He did, however, wake up the guy over here. Oh, he does have a torch. God damn it. Well, that ruins that part of the plan. Well, once these guys lose interest, then... Oh, nope, that woke them up. They're moving. We're good. I was gonna just jump over their damn head in a minute here. Or if I had to. So now Big Man's guarding the door instead, which is upsetting. Oh, there's a checkpoint here, though. Okay, that helps. Especially since I'm about to do something stupid. Except I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh, nope. Didn't close the door fast enough. Wrong way. Okay. I don't really want to go all the way over here. I just wanted to get away from him. The thing is, we went backwards by coming back over here. And I don't really know why. Like, I don't know why the game had me come over here. The key opened that door, so you would figure there's a reason for me to be over here. I just don't know what that reason is. Once he calms down, though, we should be able to move a little more freely back and forth. So I have to figure something around here is openable now because of that key we picked up. And maybe even that door that I walked away from is actually openable. It's just like bugged out the first time. Also, he just doesn't want to leave apparently. So we're gonna have to set him off again. Oh, but he has a lot of friends just chilling in front of that door again. I figured they were still patrolling. Turns out they weren't. And since I touched that other checkpoint, we now have a problem. Well, we do and we don't, because now they've reset. Yeah, now they're actually back to functioning properly, so let's just keep our eye through that door and wait for them to not be facing here. And then we'll scoot through. Close the door, otherwise they'll lock onto that as a concept and go, why is this door open? We have to be just high enough up this ladder that the other guys won't see us. We're just in the dark now, so we should be safe, and we're out of range of the dog. Oh, Big Man's dancing. Why are you coming up the ladder? I have no idea why they suddenly chose to climb the ladder there. They had only just barely started becoming suspicious. They shouldn't really deviate that much from their pathing. Okay, yeah, the key does work on that door. It just didn't work because we were in the middle of dying at the time we activated it.
The Sandfox knew the danger had passed. The Sandfox thought of all the travelers who, in times long since past, used this bridge as the route from out into the shifting sands.
Which is interestingly just right above the Cinnabar mine we were in. And as soon as I touch that green, we're going on a trip. So maybe don't touch the green. Maybe we go this way.
The warmth of a
Never
nearby
mind.
hot springs heated the air. This underground oasis was a small paradise within the dark.
Get over there this way, then. So it looks like this was just another way down. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I see. Teaching us another way to use this ability. Is we specifically picked up a chest plate, for those wondering, that allows us to break through platforms by dropping on them. Because, you know, that's how you break through platforms, right? You land on them chest first. We had always used it by hanging down from a platform, but we had never used it hanging from an edge before. So I just assumed that that was still gonna work. Yeah, and that just leads back to here, though. So that's interesting. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be going. There's a path going further to the right here, so maybe there's something to that? Like maybe there's an ability I still need to go pick up before I can go chase after
The water was warm
the
enough to
captain.
bubble. Warm enough to heat even the air and to bring sweat to the Sandfox's brow. The warm, rushing air buffeted the Sandfox upward. What a joy it was to fly.
Even if we only flew for a moment.
Another jet of air blowing upwards, upwards.
I don't seem to be getting enough lift here. There we go. You just have to time it exactly right.
Another powerful, steamy plume rising, rising.
Hey hop, and a hey hop, and a hey ho. Whee! Almost lost faith in that move, I'm not gonna lie. When I started falling almost past the edge of it, I got a little concerned. Kinda like that, yeah. I assumed it was gonna fire in time, and it didn't. Definitely didn't. We will do it again, but do it better. That's how we do things around here. We do it again, but do it better. Wait for it to actually be firing off now. Because I tried to be early because I assumed it was going to wear off at a bad time.
Breath blossoms filled the cave. The Sandfox knew better than to breathe in their poisonous scent. More of the poison flower. The Sandfox held their breath as they approached.
Yeah, I had a feeling there was going to be something like this at some point in here. Setting you up to get launched into death. Perhaps this elevator leads back to where the captain was going. Oh, this is a slow elevator, though. Probably hasn't seen much use, I guess.
The lift shuddered and went still, just short of the platform. Overgrowth jammed the mechanism, preventing further movement.
I mean, it's not like it was gonna go that much further anyway. God damn it. I think I see an idea here. Ow. Breaking my legs was not the idea, just in case anybody was wondering. Okay, no, that does just work. Okay. I thought for a moment I was gonna have to, like, slide down the slide to the right and then jump with good timing to launch myself up enough. Speaking of good timing. Because there's no stopping on the way, so you have to get all of those.
It looked easy for a Kashai to climb. It looked easy, and so it was. The Sandfox found the rock as easy to climb as a simple ladder.
I feel like that would have been a little bit nerve-wracking regardless of how easy it was, but you know what? Good enough for me. This is where the game shines, though, in my mind, is all these parkour sections that you can move just very smoothly through as long as you who are paying attention and have a little bit of timing. That one, I disagree with missing, though, because it definitely was still active when I... There it is again! It was still going when I got there. It was just in, like, the last frame of going, I guess, so it didn't count. So we'll just wait this time, so the game can be happy about it. I swear, every time I stop to praise the game, it ends up doing something like that to me. It's like it doesn't want to be praised. I know a lot of people like that. Oh, of course it didn't trigger in time. Why would it? Also not sure what that entire path on the right is for, when you can just run up here. Because all roads lead to Rome here. I guess that's so you don't have to use the launch if you don't want to. Might not even be able to make that jump, though. Oh, now we got flowers opening and closing, huh? Okay. See the idea here. Is you need to launch in between the flowers being active. I assumed that if I waited for the flowers around me to open, I was going to die, so I just sent it and hoped that the vent was going to activate in time. Spoilers, it didn't. Just gonna have to hope that I'm safe here. Okay, I am. I had no way of guaranteeing that. I should have just trusted the system. Which is frequently a bad idea. But in situations like this, you kind of have to. I don't know which way is the right way. I'm going this way just because up usually has been a good idea. His up leads towards our goal of the palace and everything above us. And looks like I am correct here. At the very least, we're back in constructed sections. Oh! We found another fast travel point. That helps. Presumably if I go up here, I go back into the old fort, but I can't go up that way. Okay. Let's go this way, then. If we can. We can. Okay. Back in the Forgotten Causeway. This seems like a bad idea. Ow. Oh yeah, by the way, there's no health system in this game or anything.
Beautiful lilies looked strong enough to support a person's weight for a moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably not for long. There's a path below. Of course, the path below is necessary. Of course it is. Can't just take the high road the whole way. Why would it ever be that simple, right? Alright. Oh.
A break in the cliffside lets in a shadow.
And that spits us back down here.
Creating an oasis of life in an unlikely place.
So if that just looped around... I think I just missed a jump, though. It almost looked like there was a spot I could have jumped up and grabbed a ledge there, which would have taken us up. That might actually be necessary. Which is probably why there's a fast travel point up here. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Is this fast travel section here is so that you don't have to run all the way back around when you miss that jump. That seems almost guaranteed to be correct. And good on them if that is correct, because that is a really decent way to avoid people getting frustrated about a section like that. Because the alternative would be they would have to keep dying in order to get back every time. Without having to run all the way back round.
Is there elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be?
There sure is. Wait. Is it the... No, it's not the palace that I want to get to. But none of the ones I can cycle through seem right. Did I not technically activate that fast travel? I didn't talk to her, did I? I didn't goddamn talk to her, did I? Well, guess who has to do that segment again because he didn't press the button that he thought he pressed. So up here is Sulphur Springs. Or, no, it's Cold Chamber is where the marker was there. And we didn't have access to that one. So that clearly means I fucked up somewhere. So please hold while I do this section again. Is sometimes the wisest minds can do stupid things. Or supposedly they do. I haven't met anybody that wise, so I'm not sure. Game, please. Please. Thank you. Welcome back from the ads. For those that missed it because of the ads, we made it out of this section and then I missed a jump and have to go back through because I apparently didn't activate the fast travel point that was right there at the other end of this area. Even though I walked through there, I apparently didn't click on the individual to activate it. Even though my brain's telling me I definitely did, but my brain has been wrong about many things in the past, so I can't exactly guarantee that that's correct. So we're just doing a quick run back as far as that goes. Which, thankfully, this isn't that long a segment. We're already through, like, half of it. Slow elevator, take me to victory. Okay, good. At least I got that first try this time. Yep. Yeah, see, there's an item up there to grab. Under the same circumstances that I think we need to make forward progress under. And I could go back for that item, but like I said, my goal isn't to 100% this game. You want some of the more out-of-the-way lore items? Good news, that gives you a reason to go buy and play the game yourself. In the future, I may go back for it in my own time, but as far as here and now goes, it's certainly not happening. And I may even come back in a future session of this game, since I presume it's going to take more than one session to beat this. Considering it is now taken us, I'd say, almost an hour since the last time we got something new. No, probably not that long. Probably closer to a half an hour. And yeah, see, I can't make that jump, so I was right in going over that way. I don't know why that path over there exists. Perhaps it's for when you come through here in the future, you can get through quicker. I'm sure there's going to be even more movement tech we gain. Okay, good, I was quick enough. I had very little trust in that jump, I'm going to be honest with y'all. To say I had no trust wouldn't be correct, because if I had no trust, I wouldn't have tried. There's always a bit of clench every time I do those. While we're here... Okay, that doesn't lead anywhere. did that one on purpose. I realized it was going to take me back, so I'm hoping, yes, by dying there, I went back to where I wanted to be. So we didn't have to redo that. I wonder if it's going to count my deaths at the end of the game. I don't think I've seen anything counting deaths visibly so far. God damn it, game. So, to be fair, I also haven't looked for any manner of death counter or anything. So I think I've made it pretty clear that I don't worry about dying that much. I must not have
The
activated
bandaged
you.
woman breathed deep the warm air.
Yeah.
This place used to be sacred once upon a time. So much of life used to be sacred. She sat silent for a few moments. But we dead hands remember, and one day we'll make all of it sacred again. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to. Is there elsewhere
Dead
in the
hands,
kingdom
huh?
you need to be?
Okay.
Suit yourself.
So now we know about another faction within this world, the Dead Hands. There's a lot of factions within this kingdom. Because you got the Underkings, who are the... Whoop. What? I just jumped on top of there and died? Question mark? So that was weird. Anyway, you got the Underkings, who are like your prison bosses, basically. You got the Darklings, who are students of the Kashai, or at least a specific Kashai, who are also referred to as mushroom pickers and all kinds of other things of that nature, because they live down in the dark where the mushrooms are. Then you've got, of course, the guards themselves, including that captain we were following around up there. Now we've learned about the Dead Hands, who apparently are very concerned with all things sacred around here. The prisoners, of course, of their own separate faction, being ruled over both by the guards and by the Underkings. Damn it. That is a really tight jump. Because, like, I didn't slide as fast as I expected to slide, so I reacted way too early. And of course, you know, we have the people up in the palace, the queen herself, and a bunch of other factors
Is there
at play.
elsewhere in the kingdom you need to be? Understood. Let's go.
This is the first time we'll be using the fast travel, because everywhere else we've been able to just run back and forth to just fine without it being much of a thing. To be fair, this isn't even that much of a thing either, but it's more convenient. Because we just have a short run back to the slide. And I could be barking up the wrong tree entirely that this is even necessary. But it seems so clear that this is a path, so I feel like I have to do this. No, you can't reach that. Like, I'm pretty sure I jumped pretty cleanly there, and I still missed, unless it is that specific. Which isn't impossible? But at the end of the day, all it does is open that door right there, which then gives us access to an area we've been to already. So I don't know if that's actually altogether necessary. But I'm not really sure what other leads to follow at this point either. Because our only notable lead at the moment is pursuing the captain of the guard that went up here, who went up the elevator. Which implies I still need to be in this old fort section here. But we kind of started running into dead ends throughout most of it. But there is the possibility where I'm meant to go up through this section here, coming back from this side. Which is going to take us a minute or two to get back. So I'm not 100% sure I can go through this way. But I think that's going to be the play as we slide back down, have a look at this door. If this door doesn't work, we fast travel over here, and then we go back up into here. See about getting up to this section. I think that's our best call here. I mostly went through this whole spring area because I was assuming that there was going to be an upgrade down here somewhere. And there may very well be one further down and right that I missed. Like, that is also always a possibility. Okay, yeah, because this just leads back to where this guy is, and the elevator above him just takes us straight up to the fort, because that's how we originally got there. So that all works smoothly and nicely.
Sandfox knew it was time to be careful.
So our goal is to just go over here and then go up. Gotta wait for man and dog to clear the way. Stalk man and dog. Not too close because the dog will notice us. So if we can get close enough, I can just pop down through the floor. God damn it. I was hoping there was going to be just enough hesitation on it turning around that I could slip through. Since I had taken apparently one step too close, even though that...
I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
Is it worth it to go over here, or is it more worth my while to drop down? Actually, no, because we can just go to the old fort one down here.
Let's go.
Because apparently I didn't trigger any checkpoints in the run back over there, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm going the right way. Just making sure before I go running off wildly the wrong direction. It's kind of rude that these stairs don't technically exist here. These stairs right here. But I suppose if they did, then you wouldn't be able to just run back and forth through there and get to the lower sections. Second verse, same as the first. It is wild that while crouching we're faster than these two are. Oh, come on now. Thankfully only the dog is fully aggroed, the others are just suspicious, so we can kind of just wait him out. Oh, of course you got aggroed the rest of the way. Well, fuck you guys, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
palace guards were on high alert after the death of the king. Though yes,
I did that on
wrongly
purpose.
believed the killer had been at.
Is we triggered a couple checkpoints, so we're gonna miss part of that dialogue. And it makes sense that they're gonna still be on edge even if they supposedly caught the culprit. Yeah, we were supposed to go up from here and I went to the right. I guess maybe that area I went to is optional?
Palace guards were on high alert after the death of the king. Though yes, they wrongly believed the killer had been apprehended. The death of a monarch still tends to keep one on edge. Everybody knows Sandfoxes hide in boxes.
Now, I got distracted by something partway through there because I saw a Twitch pop up. Oh, interesting. So I'll tell you all about this one because this is actually relevant to everybody involved for the most part. Shared hype trains are now a thing. If you're in shared chat when a hype train happens, apparently it's now shared with everybody that's in the stream together. So that's neat. So groups can like collectively push hype train's numbers up, I guess. So that's cool. Especially considering the concept of like those treasure trains exist now, where apparently a high enough level hype train will actually make further subscriptions cheaper. But I think they only have a chance to happen. I don't think they're guaranteed to happen. Yeah. Twitch out here doing interesting things. Not 100% sure if they're all positive things, because really it depends on it working correctly, which can be hit or miss with Twitch as a service. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Some prisoners the crown wanted to keep alive and in good condition. Those questionably fortunate souls resided here.
Okay. This is like the high-end prison. Almost looks like a ladder up there, so I wonder if I can cross that. I assume I can. Yep.
Compared to the cells in the Iron Hold, this was absolutely palatial.
We're making progress now.
Through the corridors of the old fort, the Sandfox stalked their prey. Soon, they knew, the opportunity would present itself.
Aha! They separated. Yoink. It was just that easy, huh? Did I, by chance, bop you on the noggin? Oh, hi. Look at him run. You know what? That was worth getting caught just to see his run cycle. That was beautiful. Just goes running off screaming. I see why they said it was gonna be hard to get his key, though. If he just goes sprinting off the second he's even remotely concerned about anything. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We got the key. That's all that matters. So now I presume we can go this way and go use that key to open something important. Because, you know, him being the captain of the guard, one would presume his key unlocks important doors. I think this is something I wanted to do. And again, this does take us to parts of this place we haven't been to, so maybe this is worth it. Mouse cursor, go away. I can't get rid of the mouse cursor completely, by the way, most of the time, because for some reason, the mouse is locked to the screen even when you're using a controller. Which, fun fact, we're in borderless windowed mode right now. It being locked to the screen shouldn't be necessarily a guaranteed concept. And here we are. Speaking of yet here we are. I would like to know why he didn't grab the ledge there. Hi, guys. Bye, guys. Well, this is awkward. This is very awkward. I'm now about to be caught in a very unfortunate sandwich. It's just very interesting how you can jump over some enemies when they're aggroed and others just have like this kill aura around them where you just die in midair. Oh, and it checkpointed me before I stole the key. That's fine. I'll get to test whether I can whack this guy upside the head like I wanted to. Good, I can clobber him. Nighty night, jackass. Probably the first hard knock he'll have in his life. Apparently he got his position purely through favoritism. Or was it bribes? One of the two. Either way, he does not legitimately have that position. Either way, rather than toying with that elevator that got me in trouble, let's go this way. As long as I stay decently high up, they won't see me. There we go. Nice and easy.
The pipes were a marvel of engineering, which could change the world, giving immediate control over heat, over cold. And what was this invention used for? Nothing more than creating comfortable baths for the queen.
So what I'm hearing is if I toy with the temperature control in here, I could boil the queen.
Once more, the Sandfox could relax.
And wouldn't that be quite the bit of vengeance? Just a little bit of subtle sabotage. Couldn't even pin it on us, really. But oh, what a random, inconvenient tragedy that would be. The assassin getting assassinated. No waking that guy up. It is his nap time, and it is not to be disturbed. I can't get back up the way I got up there, can I? Because I opened that other thing. That's damned inconvenient now, isn't it? Of course, I can't grab that to climb. Inconveniences upon inconveniences here. Oh, elevator it is then. I think this will lift me up high enough. Thinking about it, why would it? Yeah. So I think I have to go the inconvenient way then. I left the door open this time on purpose, so he'll get distracted by the door being open. The door's open. That's weird. That's suspicious. Idiot. Huh. You know what? Best not to think about it. I just phased through that door, but you know what? It's okay. Remember, this is a perfect game with no bugs, no problems. No siree, no problems here detected, boss. Nope. No problems detected here, even. Presumably this is an important direction to go since there's a checkpoint here. Our target to go talk to visit Kareem is just right up here. Which I abandoned that idea entirely. I wonder if I'm, like, out of alignment with where I'm supposed to be going right now. Because I'm traipsing around in here so much. Despite the fact that we had a quest marker over here to talk to Kareem for the past, like, hour and a half. And we have a fast travel point, like, right next to it. Oh, we'll be getting back there if I just go this way. So I guess let's go over there instead. Hi, guys. Didn't mean to land on your heads.
Captain Riza's office was locked with a lock beyond picking. The only way in was to steal the key off him. Captain Riza's office was perfectly neat and tidy, if one ignored the mess of papers on his desk.
So that was greedy, but it worked out. And we now know that we need to have a look at the papers on his desk to learn something. Yeah, for those that may have missed it because it's been a bit, we were told to go speak to a stonemason to learn about the queen, and I kind of just sidetracked from that like entirely, because I was just following the paths I could go.
Jacques wanted a transfer, and with a few lines jotted by the Sandfox, he received it. As the Sandfox forged the document for Jacques' transfer, their eye fell on a certain document. A suspicious writ from the Queen. It ordered the imprisonment of Guardsman Jehan. The Sandfox knew this grate couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
Is that the same guy we transferred? He just ended up there immediately? Weird. Yeah, I didn't even consider the fact that we were doing the whole moving the rich prisoner thing. I just completely forgot about him, if I'm honest. So technically we still were on track about something we were doing. Okay, if we just go over this way, we should be able to, yeah, get back to where we were over here and take care of that bit of business. Though, looks like I might not be able to get back up there. So that may complicate things. May have to go the long way back around down through here. Because we've gotten to that fast travel point, which means it's possible. Which means more than likely I have to go down this way. I do appreciate that they let you just kind of traipse off in whatever order you want based on how that went. Like, it may not have a set-in-stone order of operations here. You just need to be able to reach a place to go there. Which is how this genre should work. How did we get up there? Oh, right. I think we went like this. No? Was it through that wall? I think it was through that wall.
The Sandfox was not to find fulfillment in the fighting pit, nor were they to see another brawl there.
Yeah, we did kind of ruin that whole thing, huh? How did I... I feel like I'm forgetting something pivotal about how I got up there. Just didn't I, like, go around and hop up and do a whole thing? I thought I did go across there from up here. Would then mean this is reachable. Also don't know why there's these lines through the middle of my map, by the way. I really have no idea. Like, they seem to be designed as a crosshair, but still a little weird. I wonder if we can tell Jahan that we found
The guard
things.
sighed. I doubt you've changed my fortunes, but you have my thanks.
Nope.
The scrawny man flexed his muscles, examining himself. He shook his head. No way did I actually win that. No way.
That's because you didn't. I made you win. I made you the man you are now, otherwise known as not crushed into a tiny pulp. What did this lever do again? Oh, whatever it did, I can't do it again. If I go the whole long way over here, I can go back up. I don't think that's how I'm meant to get to where I'm trying to get to. This is what happens when you mess around and things end up a little out of order. You end up creating extra complications for yourself. Right, because there's the ladder over there, and I'm not gonna be able to reach that. So yeah, this... going at it this way doesn't work. And obviously, this needs to be passable without the chandelier, because you'd have to have been able to get up there to get to the chandelier in the first place. Go up this way. That much is clear. Do you have anything else to say?
Don't stare. It's an ugly habit.
Is it as simple as just hop up through here? Because I seem to not be reaching high enough for that. Oh wait, I had it for a second there. Now that doesn't seem to reach. How did I get up there? 'Cause I've clearly been up there. Unless I did get over there through here, but... I genuinely don't remember, and I'm not sure if I activated that. Because I know we have the midden... Oh wait, yeah, because that's the palace one. Yeah, so we do have that. I'm just being stupid. Don't mind me. Sometimes brain just falls out of my head. I still am questioning how I got up there before, but I'm just not going to worry about it, and we're going to use the fast travel. There's our buddy who we bribed with a big old chunk of meat. Which, if you think about that the wrong way, really sounds wrong. Oh, okay, I can give the musician the music sheets. That makes sense. We'll deal with that later.
I'll confess I'm worried, said the man. Hafid owes me 2 knuckle bones.
Okay, so that's still not
he's got
resolved.
to. I am your humble guide. Say the word and I'll get you where you need to go.
That's what was messing with me. When it's shown on the fast travel, it fills out map you haven't seen. That's why it didn't line up in my head with the map that I have. So I just went, oh yeah, I've been over there. No, I haven't.
The Sandfox.
Yeah, but I can't get through the grate.
Couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later.
So maybe I was following the right path the entire time, and I've now just caused the very same second guess I was trying to avoid. Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. Is we can't pass through that grate. God damn it. This entire endeavor was completely pointless. I was doing everything correctly. Let it be an example of how just the smallest seed of doubt can cause all kinds of unchecked problems.
The Sandfox sensed danger nearby.
Can you make that jump? Nope, he can't make that jump. So based on the fact that we got that guy transferred, though, I feel like we want to go talk to him. Because he probably knows something that'll be useful to us. We just need to now get to where he's being held. Which is going to involve probably going... Yeah, it's going to take going this whole long way around and up and then in. We don't have any fast travel points up here or anything. But I will say, we've covered a lot of ground today, and I'm probably going to pack it in here soon. Forgot about that guy existing. Imagine if this chandelier falls and we just crush him. So it does look like... Okay, no, it's not going to lower enough that he'll be able to reach me. I thought I was going to end up just slowly lowering in front of him, which would have been very funny. Anyway, problem solved. Yeah, because I do need to go back up the way I just was. Absolutely no reason to clobber that man, but it made me feel better. And that's reason enough for me. I don't see why we can't just talk to this guy through the floor grate. Game, please. There we go. Okay, that guy doesn't seem very interested in turning around. Up. Close the door. We don't live in a barn. It'll get rather cross if I leave doors open. We gotta go back across the path we were stalking the captain earlier. And he's probably still having a nap with his friend over in that other room far away. Which is actually not that far away at this point. We're actually basically over there. Because not having to get the key makes this actually very easy. Because now we're back over here again. So I did make a lot of noise because I'm in a hurry. Which ends up doing the opposite.
Barred from this side. There was nothing to do for it. It would have to be opened from within the fort itself.
So I think I did do something out of order. I think by opening that door, I did do something out of order. This is also what I was trying to jump up to. This very ledge right here under our feet. That's what I was trying to launch myself up to on that slide. And I just realized where I was going wrong with that entire thought process. Remember all these stalactites over here that I jumped across before when I was going down out of here? I'm pretty sure you were meant to use those to get up here in the first place. Still very much a 50-50 whether I was supposed to have gone the ways that I did. Because I didn't do anything untoward to get here the way I did. I followed very natural pathing. So it's debatable whether that's actually a sequence break or not, or if they just gave you two viable paths. And the narration just gets confused sometimes.
No one would find the Sandfox inside the box.
The fact that you can even hide in this box when they're aggroed on you like this is very silly. Is that they just can't touch me. There's just a force field around this box, apparently. Interesting, I despawned them. So let that be a lesson for today. You can in fact despawn the guards and they reset back to where they came from if you make them chase you too far. I'm learning so much about this game. So many things that probably shouldn't be the case.
Everybody knows Sandfoxes hide in boxes.
Yeah, that shrug is accurate to how I feel about the whole despawning them thing. I would assume it's either a loading zone or they just have like a hidden leash distance but they don't want to have them running back, so they just warp them back. Like, they're just not intended to chase past a certain point. Probably so players can't just, like, make them chase way out of alignment and then ditch them somewhere. We did go into an area transition. Well, no, because we were just in here, which is still a very large part of the same area. I don't know. Go either way on that one. But I will say, if the developers end up seeing any of this, I found them a lot of bugs to fix. Some of them charming, like the moonwalking is pretty funny. And the guys getting stuck on ladders is also pretty entertaining. Though that could definitely be very inconvenient in some cases. Let's see. We're trying to get, like, here, weren't we? I think that's where the guy is. I should have marked it. But yeah, I think he had a grate next to him, I think, so I think that is the spot. I'm actually going too high. Just casually walk out. Whoop. That was nothing. You saw nothing. Do not open this door or bad things will happen to you. Fear the spooky door. Yeah, they have to get in their positions for their prerequisite mid-patrol chat. It's like, yeah, you have two choices. You either go above them or below them. This time we'll try going below them. I have a sneaking suspicion that if I'm not careful, the dog would get set off. Thankfully, we left them a door to figure out. And that is why you peek through doors before you walk through them. I just casually opened the door, there's just a dog biting my face off the second that I opened it. Where am I? Okay, we're just in this path, that's fine. Yeah, and I can't really go around that section that we were dealing with there. You guys, like, have something to do? I don't know, go get a ball and throw it for your dog or something. This guy just doesn't want to move for some reason. Fuck you. I wonder if the dog can wake him up. That's kind of why part of why I did that. I'm testing the video game again. Nope, it seems like the dog is just stuck there now. He's in perpetual, oh my god, my boss is dead. I'll let them sort that out. This game really does have some interesting decisions here and there. Not gonna lie though, if there is an achievement, which I'm pretty sure there is, for getting through this without ever getting caught, I am never gonna do it. Never gonna bother with that. That seems like a nightmare.
The Sandfox had no doubt. Jacques would be very pleased to be transferred here.
Hi.
I say, the fop chirped. You must admire the view that you won me.
I've already been out in
This,
it.
to be sure, is the finest view of any prison cell. Oh, what a lovely, lovely view. This, to be sure, is the finest view of any prison cell. Oh, what a lovely, lovely view.
If I could crack your head in with the blackjack, I would right now. Because I did all of that, and you don't even reward me. You've done nothing for me. You know, I hope you rot in here. You useless fob. Like, I'm sure it has, like, a hidden benefit later in the game or something that I did that. Like, maybe he'll speak up for me in court or something. But as it stands right now, he did fuck all for me. Sounds good, Cherry. Take care. We'll be wrapping up here soon ourselves anyway. I am getting tired. And I'm feeling like I'm hitting a dead end a little bit here. I'm not sure how to proceed now. Which means I'm in a position where it won't be any better or worse to pick the game back up next week. Which makes it a good cutting point. I guess we'll try going higher up. Maybe we can get up in there or something. And that may open something up for us. Because I had kind of figured getting the headman's key would have, like, gotten us further into the fort or something. That apparently wasn't true. God, that dog was there. Okay, it looks like I can climb up that side once I get up onto that ledge. 'Cause I think we were working on something along those lines, and then I'll be able to get up there. Because based on the way this is drawn, we can climb up like a whole tower here. The palace itself is, of course, there. Yes. No, because over here's the palace. Unless there's more than one palace, which there easily could be. Like, this is, like, final section palace. And then this is the other palace. I don't know. We've only got 50% of the map left. We also never did go to the Sandglass Shrine, which I think I can get to. Oh, the Mason's all the way over there. And who's Kareem? I have no idea what's happening anymore, apparently. I've lost the plot at some point. Which again makes it all the more reason to wrap up soon. What? Why did he get set off after I was in his sniff range? Like, I was long gone by the time he activated. That is so weird. Oh yeah, we've definitely been up here before. But I didn't follow up on something potentially up here? Don't mind me, I'm just a guard like you guys. Yeah, I would ideally like to position myself to make things easier at the start next time. So that checkpoint's not terrible in that line of thinking. Yeah, because there we go. Now we have access to a new room. So I think we died here before, and that's why we didn't proceed, and then I got distracted by other thoughts. And then just a whole thing happened. Yeah, because we went in here, and then the sidetracking occurred. And honestly, a good, like, 50% of the map in one sitting is probably a pretty good cutting point. Just curious, can I reach that ledge? I can. Okay, that allows me to get up here, then.
This was known instead as the Sky Bridge, but with the construction of the new palace, it reached further out, past the sky and to the stars.
Looks like that might be our way to get across as we go across all this nonsense, and it probably like leads to Kareem. Let's see about finding a checkpoint up here possibly then, and then we'll stop for the day. So no, that's a dead end actually. Huh. So getting up here triggered a couple things, but didn't actually accomplish anything, it looks like. So that's a little odd. So is there something I'm missing? Or am I missing an ability? Because I do still suspect I didn't follow up properly on something down here toward the hot springs, because we have this whole bit over here that I didn't attend to. Makes me wonder if like there's a glide ability or something, because this seems like a great place to go gliding from. Wow, I am utterly shocked that he caught that and didn't just die. Huh. That guy's being rather inconvenient. Didn't mean to land there. Mind me, I'm not here. I'm not real. Just a squirrel. Squirrel out here in the desert. I don't care if you don't have those. You have them now. Oh, right, that's the guy's office. We have been there already. Okay. That's a really awkward checkpoint to leave myself on. You know what? It'll be funny. We're gonna leave it on that checkpoint just because it'll be funny. Past me setting up future me for problems. As we do sometimes. So where am I sending us all off to today? That is the important question. Unlike yesterday, I haven't been way over my time and falling apart, so we are not in any real concern there. That was yesterday, right? Yeah, that was yesterday. Because we went like 8.5 hours in to finish Legend of Dragoon yesterday. So I just completely lost the plot at that point. Absolutely not. No, maybe, possibly. Got a few good choices there. I just need to make a quick decision. Which we all know my quick decisions are usually not that quick. It's absolutely not going to be that one because that's going to involve spoilers of something that I'm totally going to get to. Yep, totally going to get there. Absolutely no questions. I'm totally going to get to that. Also, like, 18 people just all went live at the same time. So let me see what they're doing. It won't update my list without a refresh. Which is annoying, but it makes sense. We may very well end up there. Maybe there. But I'll take a look at those once I finish cycling here. Okay, now I can see everybody that's on right now. Instead of having just a weird partial list. Okay, y'all are gonna lose audio, which there already isn't any real audio happening anyway because I tabbed out. And I'm gonna quickly take a look at the state of things in these two places that I'm thinking about. Okay, they're about 2 hours in. They got a few people in, but that's nothing too crazy, so that's a viable choice. What about the other one? As soon as I find them now that Twitch shuffled my list again, because they love to do that. And I'm just gonna go ahead and snooze those ads, because you're not gonna end up seeing them. Oh yeah, it was this one. Have you actually, like, properly gotten started? Yes, you are, like, fully up and running. You've actually been going for a little bit. Okay. Making sure they're not on their way out. That's a weird thing I've noticed happening, by the way. When I first load up somebody's page, the whole page moves a little bit. Like, it refreshes randomly when I first open a page here on Twitch now. It's very weird that that's been happening, but it's been happening. Yeah, you know what, we'll go over there because it doesn't look like they're ending. Because people aren't saying ending things and they're not on their ending screen. Let me type, you stupid thing. Yeah, we'll go see Scarlet Crimson, who I've met. Well, not really met per se. I've crossed paths with them as a result of a certain large server I have wandered into, connected with something else that I'm working on. I won't get into detail about it, but let's just say there is a stream team that I'm trying to join. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. Is the application's in, and, you know, what happens from there is up to the way things work out from there. Let's see. Schedule coming up, of course, is mostly business as usual. We have another repo collab on Thursday. Then I'll clean up a little bit of Lurkit stuff on Friday, and then we have another repo collab on Saturday because I couldn't get people all into one lobby this week, and I decided rather than making them wait until the next week, we may as well just get it out of the way all in one go here. Which is not the best idea. It's not really the way I would have entirely wanted to do it, but it should work out well enough. But before I ramble on too long, let me go ahead and get that timer started, because I was making very sure that they weren't ending in the next, like, 2 minutes here. It's just because people weren't saying it doesn't mean they weren't on their way out, you know? We've all been through that before. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will see you all, like I said, on Thursday. That will be a later session, as usual for those. It will be a 7 o'clock EDT session. Saturday will, however, not be as late. Saturday will be a standard, like, somewhere between 2 and 4. I still need to firm up details with those that are available for the Saturday lobby, when exactly they want to do that. And that's about it. I'll see you all on Thursday. Good night.